turn towards the dark side. So we've got Drew McIntyre, who had a little backstage confrontation with Sami last week. And so we are going to get a match between them. We're also obviously taking a few more steps further with Cody and Shinsuke. That's going to be very interesting. I really am into that feud. I think that's an excellent feud. I think it's great for both. I think that I think this is the feud that Shinsuke needs because it keeps him around the top end of the cards. I mean, if you're not fighting for a world championship, going up against Cody is about as good as it gets. And then in regards to Cody, he needs interesting feuds. Feuds that people actually are going to be engaged with and interested in. And I think the Brock feud was that, but the Brock feud for me was a little flat. There wasn't loads to that Brock feud. But it was, you know, two big stars going up against each other. So it was exciting from that point of view. But this I actually find a lot more interesting. Shinsuke against Cody, I think, is a more interesting matchup. I think that I think with Brock, you know what you're going to get. He's going to go in there, he's a big beast, he's going to smash you around, and you sort of know what you're going to get. I feel like because Shinsuke, we haven't really used him at the top of the card much. I feel like there's still a lot of unknowns about Shinsuke. You know, we've only just started to see this new presentation of Shinsuke. And so the fact that he's now feuding with Cody, I think is quite interesting because we're seeing Shinsuke in a new light. And there's a bit of mystery there. And I think there's a lot of stuff we can do with Shinsuke that we haven't done yet. So I'm really into that. So I think if you're someone that just got back into wrestling because CM Punk just returned, the way that I would sum up tonight's show is it's an interesting show because I think we're trying to bring in some new stars. We're trying to bring in some fresh faces. I think there are some interesting stories at the moment. Cody, Shinsuke, Drew turning heel. I think these are interesting stories. So we're going to see some continuation of those. But we're not actually working towards anything right now. In regards to the year is pretty much done. There is no other premium live event until the Royal Rumble. The next WWE premium live event on the main roster is the Royal Rumble. We do have one this weekend that's NXT, but that's not going to be connected to the main roster. You might get the odd main roster star that may show up, but nothing's been announced for that, other than Dominik Mysterio, who, of course, will be defending his North American Championship. But, yeah, there won't be any CM Punk or Randy Orton or John Cena or Roman Reigns or anything like that. So we're not really working towards anything. So we're kind of in a bit of a weird place where we're just watching the show to watch the show and be entertained and just see a few of these stories playing out as we build towards a pay-per-view that's nearly 2 months away. So it's one of the weirdest times of the year, this. And we've said before, historically, December is a very quiet time of the year. December, historically, is a time of the year where if wrestling was going to have an off-season, it would be switched off around this time of year. It would be switched off like now. It would miss October, November, December, and it would come back in January as the road to WrestleMania. So this is when I think wrestling would be turned off. Because the summer is fine. You know, you can have some good storylines over the summer. The road to WrestleMania is good. To be honest, as soon as football starts up, I'm not sure when that is, like August, September time. That's when you start to see the ratings go down for wrestling. And that's when wrestling goes through its hardest period. So if you was going to have an off season, October, November, December is when you would look to do that. December, we don't even have a premium live event. Obviously, people are meeting up with their family and friends and all this kind of stuff. And they're out buying gifts. So it is just a weird time of the year, December. It's a very strange period. So we've got stories for the sake of stories, which will build to matches. These matches may not be on premium live events. So it means we can sort of sit back, watch the shows, not really go in with any sort of expectation. Watch a few new stars coming through. But yeah, there's a few things happening as well. I don't want to paint a picture that it's all bland and boring and barren. It has been that way in previous Decembers, but not this year, to be honest. There's some really interesting stuff that's happening. And of course, CM Punk is going to make an appearance on SmackDown this week. Not expecting CM Punk tonight. He's going to make an appearance on SmackDown on Friday. And I don't know what's going to be said there. We saw Friday just gone, Randy Orton has signed a deal, an exclusive deal. He is now a SmackDown superstar. So there's a lot that's going on. But as we said, we're not necessarily building to anything other than the Royal Rumble. That's not nearly a bad thing. It's just that means that some of those big matches we might have got a premium live event. We stand a good chance of getting them on Raw and SmackDown in future weeks. So, yes, I was building towards what was actually on the show tonight. Let me quickly blast down the things that I've seen be announced, and then we'll get into the chat. So, Katana and Kayden, or Kayden and Katana, taking on Tegan and Natalya. So, we haven't seen much of Kayden and Katana. Really love those girls. I mean, they are... I really want to see more actual women's tag teams. So tired of seeing people just thrown together. Tegan Nox and Natalya are just thrown together. Chelsea and Piper are just thrown together, right? Pretty much, I would say 99% of the women's tag are just thrown together. Whereas Kayden and Katana, they have been together for years and years and years down in NXT. They are as legit a women's tag team as you're going to find in WWE. Or really in women's wrestling, I would imagine. I can't imagine there's too many actual outright women's tag teams out there. But these two girls, this is what they do. Maybe they split apart in the future, but they've been together for years. So I always enjoy watching them because they've got that little understanding and they've got a few moves where they work together. They've got this kind of symmetry, and they've got this combination. There's a word I'm looking for. Cohesiveness. That's a good word. They've got this cohesiveness that a lot of other women's teams don't have because they've been together so long. So I always enjoy watching them. I think they're a great tag team. And yeah, it'll be good. I hope they don't lose to Tegan and Natalya. I fear they will. I fear they will lose to Tegan and Natalya, but I think that'd be a real shame if they did, because really they should get to the women's tag titles and they should dominate. This should be their division. This is what they do. They are a women's tag team and they haven't long been called up. So, they should dominate this world. A little bit like FTR should dominate the men's tag teams over in AEW. I feel like Kayden and Katana should dominate the women's division. It hasn't quite happened yet, but I'm hoping for a win there. Then we've got Dominik and JD in a tag team that I really love. I love that team. I think this is maybe their first time of teaming, but to go to the other end of the scale, but this makes a lot of sense. JD has only just arrived on the main roster. Dominik Mysterio is someone that just needs to keep developing and learning and getting experience. And actually, Dominik in this team is the one that's got more experience than JD. JD might have wrestled longer and had more matches, but Dominik's been on the main roster much longer. So he can sort of show JD the ropes. It's a weird little team, this, but it's one that in my mind could work really well. And I think both of them are the lower end of the Judgment Day. I don't think anyone would argue that Rhea, Damian, Finn are the leaders, battling to be the leaders. No one's looking at JD or Dominik as the leader of the Judgment Day. So these two going in a team together, I think makes a lot of sense. They're going to be taking on the Creeds. Love the Creeds. The Creed brothers, Julius and Brutus, who I think have made a real splash on the main roster, really caught some attention, but they were catching attention down in NXT as well. I mean, if you don't watch NXT, I would urge that you do, because you can see all these stars that are coming through. You can watch them now. You can see the next wave of stars that are coming through. You can watch them now on NXT. And so you'll get, you know, wrestling fans love to have that insider knowledge. They love to be in the know. Well, watching NXT allows you to be in the know because you can watch the next generation now. So the Creeds dominated down there. They were brilliant down there, and they're doing really well on the main roster. I don't know which way that goes. It's a very intriguing match, that. Then we've got Nia against Shayna, former tag partners going up against each other. We spent a bit of time talking about that during our stream yesterday, so we won't spend as long on it. I do just worry about Shayna. She's been on the roster a while. Don't really sense a great deal of support for her. And I just think she needs wins. She needs momentum. She needs to be presented as a beast and all this kind of stuff. And I don't know, we always seem to be so-so with her. We never seem to go all the way in. We never go all in on Shayna Baszler. So we're kind of give her a win, then we won't see her for a bit. Then she'll come back. She might be in a tag team. Then she might be in like a 6-woman tag. Then we might not see her for a bit. Then she might lose. Then she might get a win. Then she might attack someone. And it's all just, we'll do this, then we'll do this, bit of that. We don't actually, you know, let's get her into a storyline. Let's do something with her. We just don't ever seem to do that. We did it when she feuded with Ronda, and Ronda got kicked out of WWE. She beat her. Ronda was gone, and we just didn't capitalize on that. We haven't pushed that story any further. You know, disappointing. So she's taken on Nia. So we'll see how that goes. Drew against Sami, which we spoke about. Cody is going to talk about Shinsuke. Looking forward to that. And then apparently we've got Imperium against DIY in a 2 out of 3 falls match. So looking forward to... I mean, I think the card's intriguing. I think there's a bit of something there for everyone. I think if you want to see new stars, they're there. If you want to see names, they're there. If you want storyline, it's there. I'm guessing if you want entertainment, it's going to be there. I think the card has got potential. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it, man. So is Tyler Hahn. Tyler, shout out to you, my friend. Tyler Hahn. I think that's how you say it. Appreciate the support button. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're excited for Monday Night Raw. Thomas Morehouse said, Days, when will Jade Cargill make her in-ring debut? Well, I think Rumble. I think she'll make an appearance at NXT Deadline. I said from the start, and you didn't need to be a genius to say this, so zero praise coming my way. But I said from the start, if you watched AEW, she's limited, right? We're not saying anything mean. We're not saying anything harsh. We said if I was in control, she'd be going to NXT because she's not ready. Like, she is someone that has never come close to having like a 4-star match. It's debatable whether she's actually ever scraped a 3.5-star match. Most of her matches were just they were just there. It was just movement, and there was very little emotion connected to them. She would go out, she would just really go through the basics. Some of the timing looked a bit awkward. It didn't flow. You know, it didn't have that nice, I'm going to do this, now I'm going to do this. And it just like, you know, that lovely flow that you see with matches where you've got people that really know what they're doing. It felt at times very like, okay, what's next? It's this now. Now I do this. Right, done that. Now what do I do? It seemed like there was a lot of trying to take it a step at a time during her matches, rather than it's like, boom, I'm going to do this sequence, bang, 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 into this bit now, you in the corner, flowing, pose to the crowds, get the adulation, get the fans worked up, go back to my next sequence, blah, 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 blah. Like, you know, she didn't seem to have that kind of confidence. She didn't seem to have that ability. She didn't seem to have that flow. It all felt like we were doing each move at a time, and it was like, okay, God, what was next? What now? There was even one bit where she forgot to kick out. There was one bit where she got planted, and I think she thought the ref had counted, or she'd missed the first count, which I wonder if that's a hard thing, actually. I've never thought about that. It can't be, because you don't see others struggling. But she was undefeated. She was like, I don't know, 20-0. And eventually she would get to like 50-0. And I think that was the plan for her at the start, was that she'd get to this 50-0. Well, she was like 20-0 or maybe 30-0. And she was in this match. She got planted. I forget the move, but she got like slammed down, covered. And the ref went 1, 2. And it was clear Jade was not going to get her shoulder up. There was no movement from Jade as that hand was coming down for the 3. And I think it was Aubrey who just stopped and like looked, I think at the shoulder, like looked, and then Jade went, oh, and got her shoulder up. It's like this weird, I mean, that I think sums up her wrestling, to be honest. She can't even kick out at 2, right? We're talking about someone that has been hyped up by WWE. And I think the reason why was not so much to do with Jade, but I think that was a part of it. But I think it was the reason why we hyped her up was because Edge was announced by AEW. So I think WWE were trying to make out that they'd just captured this amazing talent. Oh my God, look what we've got. Look, this is the future. Look at this woman. And she does look amazing. And then a few days later, Edge goes to AEW. So in retrospect now, I look at that and I'm like, that's WWE trying to go, don't worry about what's about to happen. Don't worry about the fact we've lost Edge, right? You're going to hear about that, but I want you to focus on this. Look what we've got. Look what we managed to get. So, yeah, they got Jade and Edge went the other way. And isn't it funny that since like the whole Edge thing has settled down, we just don't see Jade now. We went through a period of seeing her. Like, we didn't even see her. Did we see her at Survivor Series? Like, I don't think we saw her at... Well, we didn't see her on the show. I'm trying to think if she was on, like, the kickoff panel or anything. I don't think she was. So, like, we were going through this period of seeing her, and now we just don't see her. And Triple H was asked about her, and he said that through no fault of her own, her development was limited. He actually said that during the press conference for Survivor Series afterwards. And they got asked about her. So what I would say is, don't buy into the hype, right? WWE hyping her up. I think they've hyped her up for a few reasons. Yes, they are excited. Yes, she looks like $1 billion, right? But looks very deceiving. She is not a great wrestler. She can do basics, and she's had matches, so she's not coming in completely clueless, which is good. Because WWE have to take completely clueless people and turn them into, like, you know, wrestlers, people that have never wrestled in their lives and turn them into wrestlers, right? So she is ahead of the curve in that regard, right? I am confident in saying she is better than Lash Legend, right? Or certainly the Lash Legend that I saw back in the day, right? I don't know where Lash Legend is now because we don't see much of her now. But Lash Legend, when she first started, NXT 2.0 was atrocious. And I'm confident Jade's better than that. And I think that she is someone that is just putting in that work. I could see her being in the Rumble. I could see, because you don't need much for the Rumble, do you? And it's very hard to look bad in a Royal Rumble. Because what have you got to do? Like, come down and then just try and throw people over the top rope. I mean, it's very hard to look bad in a Rumble. So I think Rumble feels like a good spot for her. And we know that they use NXT talent. And it would be quite exciting if we haven't seen her up till that point. I do think she'll make her presence felt at NXT Deadline. So I think she'll make a presence felt. Certainly think she'll be there. She might just be shown in the crowds. She might come and stand on the entranceway. We know that she was watching Becky and Lyra. They gave her the platform and she had a throne and all this stuff, but they had her there for that. I still feel confident NXT will be the landing point for her, but the fact that we haven't seen her yet, the fact that Triple H made those comments, the fact that anyone with two eyes could see that she was, you know, not the most well-rounded of performers in AEW. I just think all of that just means that she is getting the support she needs. I see it as a massive positive. I mean, I see it as a big, big dub for WWE that they haven't used her yet, because that says to me she is just working her tail off down in the Performance Center, and we are making sure that she is ready. When she arrives, she will be ready. Triple H said, I don't want her to see anything that she's not seen before. I want her to be ready for any and all situations. I want every ball thrown at her to be knocked out the park, and we're going to make sure of that. And I was like, yeah, man. Because one thing I believe about her is her work ethic. I mean, you don't get a body like hers if you're not willing to put in the work and you don't have that drive and determination. And, you know, she was seen as a pretty decent sized star in AEW. I don't know that the fans really were taken to think that she was someone everyone knew because she kept getting used on TV. But I don't think people were like really blown away with it. No one was looking forward to a Jade Cargill match in AEW, right? So they're trying to round her out a bit more, and that's going to take time. I mean, it's going to take time. So when do we see her in ring? You can't really answer it because it all comes down to her development, doesn't it? It all comes down to when she's going to actually, it's going to click and she's going to start looking good, and they're like, yeah, we can do something now. And I don't know how long that's going to take for her, to be honest. But I think she'll make her presence felt at NXT Deadline, and I think she'll be in the Royal Rumble. And I think they would want her to have a match WrestleMania weekend. So as a rough timeline, without knowing where she is at the moment in her development, I would say an appearance at Deadline, in the Rumble, build into a match WrestleMania weekend. That would be the rough timeline I would be working to. But again, without actually being there, it's hard to say. Dort Knight said a GTA trailer dropped on Rockstar's YouTube channel. Is it good? Do you like it? Is it satisfactory? Are you going to buy the game? Has it made you want to buy the game? Am I in it? Have they shown me? Do any of the characters watch a Wrestling Day stream? Because I'll watch it then. I'll watch the trailer then. Edward said, Days, I hope you are well. It's been 19 months. Crazy, man. Yeah, do you know what? It's I can't even express how grateful I am for the support that people show this channel. And when you see, I mean, look, we've had 3 members chats there. Love to the members, right? But like you got Thomas, who's been a member, Thomas Morehouse, 38 months, right? You've got Dort Knight, who's been a member 20 months. You've got Edward, who's been a member for 19 months. I mean, it's just, that's the community that we've got, man. That's the level of support that people show this channel, and man, it is so appreciated. But how do you communicate that, you know? I mean, I think we've been having some really fun member streams. We've been doing some really fun member streams where we've been doing those Sporkle kind of quizzes, and they've been a big success. I've been really enjoying those. And obviously we've been talking about like the latest news and previewing SmackDown and everything. So I think we're doing some decent stuff with the member streams. So I suppose in a way that's, you know, making them as fun as possible is a way of saying thank you. But yeah, incredible. So, Edward, really appreciate it, dude. Dort Knight, same to you. Thomas, same to you. Same to all the members, and same to all the non-members as well. You don't have to be a member of the channel to support the channel. Just your mere presence is really, really appreciated. Jim, shout out to you, bud. Talking of long-time supporters. Jim leaving one of the very first comments I ever saw on the channel back in 2016. Jim said Jade will be the NXT Women's Champion at Stand and Deliver. Is that Stand and Deliver? Is that the WrestleMania weekend one, or is that one around? Can't remember which one that is now, to be honest. They used to all be takeovers, didn't they? And then they stopped the takeovers, and now it's, which is a shame actually. They should bring Takeover back. But now it's like Deadline, Stand and Deliver. Halloween Havoc's more a TV thing, I think. But we do Halloween Havoc each year. We don't do In Your House anymore, do we? Which sucks. I used to love In Your House. But, yeah, I think some point like next year, we're definitely going to get the ball rolling. I don't think we've got a Gable Steveson on our hands, where we tease him for years and years and he never shows. I think next year I'm feeling pretty good for her. Kean said, Days, hope you are well and having a great stream. I'm doing good, thank you. Yeah, I'm doing all right. How's your day been? My day has been stressful. My day has been stressful because I've got some new videos that are coming to the channel, which I'm really looking forward to. I'm really excited about. I spoke about for a few weeks. And the reason why I'm excited and why I've spoke about them so long is because they've took months of work. And I've got 22 videos ready to go. But the one thing I didn't do, which I thought was going to take me all of... I thought it would take me about an hour. Maybe 2 hours. I didn't do was actually turn the project, like, you know, where you edit, into the video. It's just a button that you press and then it like turns it into the video. And I thought, well, it's going to take a little while to do that for 22 videos. Probably take an hour or two to do it and whatever. I still haven't done it. It took me all night. I don't know what went wrong, but everyone I was clicking on was like, can't find the files, can't find the files, can't find the files. And I was like, why can't you find the files? They're saved in the folder. I can find the folder. Why can't you find the folder? And so it's just been a nightmare where it's took me, I don't know, 15 times longer than I thought it was going to take me to do that. I'm still not done it. So as soon as I'm finished tonight, I need to finish off the last of those videos, turn them into videos, and then I can start working on number 23 and number 24, and which are all planned as well. So there's a tsunami coming to the channel. What this means is that news videos and things like that will now move to the second channel. I really want to use this channel for the live streams and this new series of videos, and then just move the news and everything over to a different channel, because I've got a second channel which I don't use, and I need to use it, to be honest. It's just sitting there, and I've keep trying different things, and this is the one that I've got my mindset on now. This is the one that I'm like, this is what we're doing. And I've even mapped it all out for next year. I know what video drops on what day. I've never done that in all my years on YouTube. I've never done that before. Never planned to this level, right? This is game-changing for the channel. So I'm very committed to this new system, and I'm very committed to what's coming. So yeah, well, that drops on Wednesday, the first of those. So I'm very much looking forward to that. So my day's been unnecessarily stressful thanks to technology, which is meant to help us, but actually has hindered me. But other than that, I'm doing good, thank you. But sorry, I've not been in the stream for the past few days. I've been getting ready for Christmas. Dudes, don't worry about it, because that is exactly what's happening in the world right now. Everyone's out and about picking up their gifts. As we said, this is a weird time of the year. This is a time of year which you just can't, you know, I mean, everyone's out of a weekend. You just don't know who's around. Like, it's just people are living their lives, you know. It's a bit different during the rest of the year. Just, I think, like, this is why January, February, March, this is why that's a good time to have as WrestleMania season. Because Christmas is out the way. New Year is out the way. People have kind of spent a bit of money. Everyone feels the squeeze come January, right? So there's a lot more people that are staying in rather than going out at that point. And, you know, you've got football that's winding down. I believe the Super Bowl's about February. So football is just coming down to a handful of games by this point. So, you know, January, February, and then WrestleMania being at the end of March, early April makes a lot of sense, because as soon as you get towards the summer, you know, that's when, you know, people start going back out again, the weather gets better, blah, 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 blah. But these kind of January, February, March, April, it's a good run for WWE. Hence why that's where you put WrestleMania season. So, yeah, this kind of period, this is where people are out getting gifts, seeing family, seeing friends, getting things done. I feel it. I feel it, mate. I feel it. Edward said, I would send an Xmas card, but I understand you wouldn't want to get the address leaked. Mate, if my address got out there, I'd just be flooded, wouldn't I? I'd be flooded. I mean, think of the thousands of Christmas cards that I would receive. Thousands. I mean, it's probably not true. I'd probably just get yours, to be honest. But, yeah, no, listen, your Christmas wishes are enough, my friends. Your Christmas wishes are enough. Do you think CM Punk will go for the undisputed Universal title? Well, I think he should, but I think it's a little tricky because I don't think he's the one that's going to beat Roman, and I don't think he's the one that should beat Roman. I think it should be Cody. I think Cody is the one that should finish the story, right? Finish it. I've heard about finishing this story now for a little while, obviously, since he came back. And I never doubted the story would be finished. Why would you tease finishing a story and then you don't actually finish it, right? So I don't think anyone has ever doubted that he is going to win those belts. It's just where and when. But I still feel pretty good he's going to be the one that beats Roman, I believe, is the top merch seller for the year so far, right? We know LA Knight's had a good year, right? No shade on LA Knight. He's had a good year, but I believe LA Knight's popularity has grown throughout the year. So Cody has been consistent all year. So I think it was on WrestleNomics. They had like a year-to-date breakdown. And Cody is still firmly top of that when it comes to merch sales. And I just sort of feel like he's the guy they've presented at the top. He's the guy they've really got behind. He's always involved in the big stories. The kids love him. The weight belts are always selling out. And he just seems like the one, doesn't he? So I think that it's going to be Cody that's going to get the job done. I think that Cody CM Punk then is a match that you have to ask, will WWE book that match? Will they book that match? That is seemingly going to be face versus face. There was nothing in CM Punk's promo when he talked about being home and coming back for the fans that suggested he was heel. So at the moment he's a face, and Cody's definitely a face. So would WWE want to do the Hogan Warrior situation, face versus face? Maybe they would, maybe they wouldn't, right? Do you have CM Punk go up against Cody, or do you have him go after the other title, right? Because obviously Seth's not going to have that forever, and even if he did, Seth against CM Punk is a no-brainer. So, you know, do we keep the title on Seth and have him defend it against CM Punk? Because Seth CM Punk feels like the match to make. So I think he will go for the Universal Undisputed, but I don't think it will be at the moment. And I think Cody will still be the one. And even when Cody has got the title, I don't know that we're going to get CM Punk Cody. I think what we might get is CM Punk going for that Undisputed Championship, like at some point in 2025. It's how long does Cody carry it for? I don't know. I mean, we're really going far into the future. I mean, it's probably safe to just stick this side of WrestleMania for now. And I would say that I'm not seeing CM Punk Roman this side of Mania. I'm seeing Cody be the one to do it. So, and then after that, apparently we do Roman CM Punk is the word on the street, which I'm guessing would be a Roman without the Undisputed Universal Championship. So that would keep CM Punk away from Cody as well, which would be, I think, the right thing to do. And then maybe you build towards SummerSlam or something, and you do them two going up against each other at SummerSlam. Stephen, shout out to you. Said, I hope you are well. World Championship match tonight. I can't see any upset. Ipswich still sits second, 2 wins in a row. Shame we're not top, but half the season nearly gone. Did you win at the weekend? I thought I saw that you was leading. Because because I do think of you if I see Ipswich now, because we had an Ipswich conversation the other day. So I think I saw that Ipswich were leading, but I don't know if you actually went on to win or not. But I'd love to see you guys get to the Premier League. I'd love to see you do it. Dark Knight said, a Wrestling Days channel plays GTA Online together in 2024. Josh said, Mr. Days, how are you? I'm good, thank you. I'm doing good. Mr. Dell Jr., hello, said, if Alexa Bliss returns, then what will you do to book her? I would bring the goddess back. I would do the same. I would do the same. I was not a fan of Alexa, Playground Alexa. I'm not a fan of the supernatural stuff in wrestling. I think what I get from wrestling, what I look for in wrestling, right? I'm not saying what you should enjoy. I'm saying what I look for. I think I've been quite clear about over the years. I like to see two people battling in a believable contest to try and figure out who's the better fighter so that the winner can go on to, get closer to a championship. The loser has to try and get some momentum, try and get themselves moving in the right direction again. And I just think, like, a lot of that Alexa stuff. I like stories. I like storylines. Who doesn't? Bloodline has been incredible. It's one of the best things I've ever seen. But, like, yeah, like Fiend being burnt alive and then walking down a corridor and magically getting restored, and Alexa doing, like, whatever she was doing, changing a tire in ring and all this kind of stuff. It's just not what I look for. And I just don't think it's to everyone's taste. There's people that really love it. There's people that really enjoy that. And there's people, clearly, look at the sales of Lily dolls, right? So you can't say that it's not something that connected on some level. It definitely did, right? Because look at the sale of Lily dolls. Incredible. I would never have predicted that. I would never have predicted that those dolls would have sold the way that they sold. Although the only thing I would say is, as a wrestling fan, I have seen so many t-shirts, so many posters, books, magazines. I do find myself, when it comes to merch, gravitating towards quirkier items. I'm much more intrigued by, I don't know, back in the day, you could get a Hulk Hogan camera, right? Which was a camera that you put a film in and took pictures with, and it was yellow, and it had like a plastic, like, Hulk Hogan cut out on the front, and you could take, like, pictures with it. That is amazing to me, right? I love stuff like that. I've seen so many figures, so many t-shirts, so many books. Give me something different, When the puppets came out, like the Firefly Funhouse puppets, the problem was they didn't really, or not all of them, look like the puppets that were on TV. I remember, I think, was it Huskus just looked like different, just didn't look the same as the Huskus on TV. And I thought they would sell better, to be honest. But then maybe they could have done a bit of a better job with them. And maybe if they'd have done a bit of a better job, maybe they would have sold a bit better. But so I was surprised that they didn't catch fire more. But the Lily doll with Alexa, what I would say is that they got that one pretty close. It looked good. Do you remember, they even did a whole, this was mental. They did a whole series of skits where she went to a psychotherapist. He was trying to heal her. I don't know how you get healed of having supernatural powers, but he was trying to heal her. And he was talking to a psychiatrist. And he was talking to her and everything. And he said, like, I'm going to try and get you off Lily, right? You're too reliant on her. So he took her Lily away and she freaked out. And as the weeks went by, she was like, I'm feeling a bit better. And then he went, well, I've got a surprise for you. I've put the insides of Lily, right, into this new Lily, and you can have this. It was just the most illogical, nonsensical storytelling I think I've ever heard. It's right up there with the likes of Katie Vick and everything. She went to get healed and to not be as reliant on Lily, she started to make progress. And in the final episode, he gave her a new Lily, right? And the annoying thing was, the reason why he did this was because Lily dolls were selling really well in WWE Shop. So they didn't want to get rid of her. So they changed the Lily doll to look exactly like the one on WWE Shop. That was what it was. It was just this horrifically obvious, awkward cash grab. It was like, we're going to change the Lily on TV to the one that's on WWE Shop so that we can hopefully sell even more. It was awful. It was awful. There's no defending them skits. They were awful. And then I think she came back at like WrestleMania. No, she was in the Elimination Chamber. This was just before, I want to say, WrestleMania 38. She was in Elimination Chamber. And then I don't think we see her for a while. And that was sort of it. And it sort of just petered out. It's been awful. Awful. This woman has been abused. She could phone the police. The way that her creative has gone has been horrific. But through it all, and maybe this speaks volume as her as a person, right? Maybe this speaks volumes about her. She was able to connect with the audience. I mean, she really threw herself into it, and you got to give her props for that. So she really threw herself into it, and she was able to sell those Lily dolls and make Lily feel like something the fans really wanted, and made the dolls, you know, one of the best sellers. And you know, she had a connection with the fan base. Even during this awful period of time, there was people that still were massively into her and big fans of her. And it's just been, I think, just a constant, steady stream of awfulness. I feel sorry for her. I think her being with The Fiend was good at the start. I think it was really promising. I loved it when she first appeared. For me, it took a wrong turn. But again, you know, I'm saying this is for me, each to their own. You might have a different opinion. It might have worked for you. I'm not saying I'm the gospel. I'm not saying that what I say is the truth. I'm just saying that it's true for me. It's true for how I felt. And I know I wasn't alone, but equally I know there was others that felt different. It's fine. We're all friends. We're all friends. Yeah, for me, I just feel like, let's get her back to the goddess, man. Let's get her back to the goddess. I really enjoyed her work when she was the goddess and she was a bit bratty and a bit snooty. Do you remember when she was on that platform and they had the other women standing below her and she was like trashing them all, talking down to them? I think she comes across as like that bratty cheerleader. I think she comes across as the mean girl. I've said before, I could see her with a group of NXT call-ups that are just hanging around like backstage, just kind of causing a bit of trouble. Not really going after anyone, but more psychological, actually. It's funny because I think that she does the psychological stuff well, but I don't think she needs the superpowers, because one of the things bullies are very good at is getting into your head. It's not just when they're there that affects you. I would argue it's when they're not there that it affects you maybe even more. It's the thought of what are they going to do and when are they going to do it, or they've said they're going to do it and you're looking at the clock because you know I'll see you down by the chip shop at 5:30 or whatever it is, and you know it's coming up to 5 o'clock and like you got half an hour and you're thinking to yourself, what the hell am I going to do? Like that, where it messes with your head and it gets into your head, that it's not just about being beaten up or being pushed over and then carrying on with your day. If you're being bullied, it's very psychological. It really gets into your head. And if you are someone that's going through that at the moment, just know that it's something that I think all of us at some point have had to confront and have had to like go through. And you definitely should be speaking out. You should not be suffering. Suffering in silence solves nothing, right? So definitely don't just do that. Definitely don't just keep it bottled and suffer in silence. But yeah, it's that kind of, it wears you down, man. It really gets to you. It really wears you down. It can make you an absolute wreck. And I just think that that is the direction I would go with her, because I think that was a direction that she was sort of around that, but we never really went that far. But I think you can do psychological stuff. I think a lot of the Fiend stuff, like, oh God, it's so clever, psychological, this kind of stuff. Yeah, there was some good stuff in there, but it doesn't mean that you have to only present it in that way. You can do a school bully type thing that's also very psychological, and you can go down those paths, you know? So I would very much push her that way, and I would give her some NXT call-ups. I would lean on like a Mean Girls thing. I'd have her as the leader of that. I would have her bullying some people backstage, not make it flipping childish, you know? I'm not talking that she's flushing heads down toilets. I want to see more the psychological effect it has on the people that are being bullied. I want to see them really, like, being told to stay quiet and, like, being threatened, and their friends being threatened. And then I want to see those moments where they're with their friends and they want to tell them what's going on, but they know if they do, there's going to be serious repercussion. And then I want to see them having to make those choices. I want to see these victims having to make these choices. Do I go down path A, where I tell and I see what the repercussion is, or do I stay quiet as I've been told to and go down path B? Or maybe there's a path C that we didn't even consider. But for me, watching that story play out, I think could be quite interesting. You got to make sure it doesn't get too childish, right? You don't want to get too childish. But, you know, I think there's stuff that you can do there. So I don't know when she's back, because she's obviously just had a kid. I mean, I'm guessing the other side of WrestleMania, because right now, you know, she is just got to be loving life. I mean, she's someone that absolutely worships Disney, right? I'd imagine she single-handedly keeps them in business. So she absolutely loves Disney. That's the one thing I know about her. And so I'd imagine, like, dream life, dream partner, kid, family, all this kind of stuff. I'd imagine that's right in her wheelhouse. So I think she will come back. I'm not saying she won't ever come back, but I don't know that I sense from her that she's someone that is like, all right, I've had the kids. Let's get back to work. Let's get back to, you know, I don't sense that from her. I think she's someone that is kid first, family first. And, like, you know, I'll get back when I get back type kind of a thing, you know? So probably the other side of WrestleMania would be my guess. And I think that, I don't know what we do with it. I really don't. I mean, I don't think it'll be Fiend stuff and playground stuff, because there's no Bray. Where does that go? What are you going to do with that unless she takes it all over? But I'm not expecting that. So I think going back to Goddess would probably make sense. But I don't even know the last time we saw her. I feel like she's only been used bit part for the past few years. I feel like it's been a long time since we actually saw her on a consistent level, consistent basis. So I think just get her back. Let's get going, and then we can start looking at what we do after that. It's a long answer, wasn't it? William, shout out to you, bud, said, if there's a cutout stand-up of President Trump from WrestleMania, would you put it up? Love, Elon, by the way. If there was a cutout of Donald Trump from WrestleMania, would I put it up? It might not be my go-to. Just because if there was a cutout of CM Punk, that would be prioritized. I also think when it comes to things like presidents, be it Biden, be it Trump, be it whoever like that, once you get into politics, then, you know, you can start to cause some unnecessary drama in the chat. So I don't have any personal feelings about Donald Trump, and I don't have any personal feelings about Joe Biden, to be honest, because I'm just sat here in the UK. It's not really anything to do with me. And so if I'm going to be brutally honest, I just love watching the drama unfolds. I just love watching, Like, you know, both sides having a go at each other. I just find it entertaining. So that's kind of where I am with politics, is and certainly American politics. I just watch the drama unfolds. I just watch, you know, the Republicans having a go at the Democrats, and then the Democrats having a go at the Republicans, and it's just all, I'm in the middle with my popcorn having a good time. So yeah, I probably wouldn't want to encourage that sort of conversation on the chat, because I think we get distracted easily, and when we say we, I mean me. We go off and have conversations about football, we have conversations about England, we have conversations about food, films, we go everywhere, right? I'm very much trying to keep us on path. I mean, I tried to talk wrestling, which is why if ever we get a subject that we can get our teeth into, I don't worry too much about talking about it for quite a while, certainly if it's wrestling, because I'm just grateful of the fact that I've not got distracted. I'm just grateful of the fact that we haven't gone off down a different path. We could have easily spent 50 minutes talking about GTA, so, but we haven't. We haven't. We spoke about wrestling. And I hope you remember that. I hope you remember that. We've managed to stay on track. So, William, Elon, shout out to you. Oh, you're loving Elon. Oh, I thought you said love from Elon. You're loving Elon. Yep. I just wanted a couple of celebrities to go back there as well, because these are from Star Cutouts, right? I'll give them a shout out because they have been supportive of the channel. And as I've said, we don't have like Blue Chew, and we don't have those sponsors that you hear elsewhere. I've had offers, but I've always turned them down, to be honest, because I don't want those like distractions really. But if ever it's connected with wrestling, then I'm a lot more interested. And yeah, Star Cutouts were like, oh, we can do a competition, give people that watch you a chance to win one. And so we actually did that on the channel. And I was looking at their stuff, and I was like, do you know what? It'd be good in the background, that would, just to fill it out a little bit, give the stream a bit, because it's just empty back there. So we probably won't keep it around, but I am probably open to ideas in the new year of what to put back there, because it probably does need something. I don't think the cutouts are the worst. But I don't know. We'll have a look, see what else is out and about. But yeah, you can actually get these actual cutouts for your bedroom, for your house, for your games room, for your basement, wherever, whatever. You can actually get these Star Cutouts. I think they're UK based, I'd imagine. There's others that do them in America as well. Haven't looked. They're probably on Amazon as well. But Star Cutouts are the reason why they're there. And then our good friends, which I can't point to, Wrestling Shop, of course. They've got the exclusive at the moment on Legends 21, which is, and I love that Hogan, man. I keep talking about it, but it's true. That is pre-Hulkamania Hogan. That has to excite you. Yeah? What was Hogan doing before Hulkamania? That's what he was doing. He was wearing a white singlet and he had a cape, right? And his manager was classy Freddie Blassie and he was a heel, right? That's what he was doing. So the fact that Mattel have gone that far into the past, which I think was late 70s, 6 years before WrestleMania 1, they've gone that far into the past and they've come up with heel Hogan. First iteration of Hulk Hogan. Amazing. Love it. Actually don't know where the Sheik's from. I mean, the Iron Sheik, I don't know what show that's from. But it's Hogan obviously beats the Iron Sheik. I was thinking this, you know, it's a good set because Hogan beats Iron Sheik for the title to become champion. And I think Hogan doesn't lose it until he loses it to Andre. And Andre is the other figure in the series. So you've got 3 former WWE champions that basically lose the title or win the title from each other. And then the fourth figure is Jimmy Hart, who is Hogan's manager. Not during this period, but would later be Hogan's manager. Probably most famously at WrestleMania 9 and then in WCW. So the man from South. So it's a good series. It's a good set. I like the Legends figures. Fiendish FB0203. Shout out to you, dudes. Fiendish was around yesterday. This coffee is awful and cold now. Can get put down. Fiendish FBE203 said, do you think Uncle Howdy and Alexa Bliss could be the perfect dark duo in a way to pay tribute to Bray? I don't know that I would word it that way. I think we spoke a lot yesterday about could you continue with Uncle Howdy, and my belief is you could. I think that if someone that's making a film, or if someone, John Lennon passed away. Don't know if you heard the news. Passed away in 1980, and he had some songs that were unfinished. And of course, the Beatles have just finished one of those songs, and they've actually, because they all contributed on it now and then, it's now regarded as the last Beatles song. But they finished that for him. And Paul McCartney said, I know that he would have wanted us to have done this. I know him. I know this is what he would have wanted. And it's a great song. I love the song. At first, I was like, oh, that's all right. And then it really grew on me. And I think when the video came out and everything, and like that final bow, and I don't know, just gets you in the feels. Got to #1 in the UK. I don't know where it got in America. I'm sure it did well. But that came out this year, the final Beatles song. There was a big thing about it. And I just sort of feel like that was something which was unfinished, which they finished. And I think that this is unfinished. And I think if Bo was to come out and say, I know that Bray would want me to do this, I don't think anyone could argue with his brother wanting to just finish and wrap up his brother's work for him. I think that this is something that could be done. I don't know that it will be done, but it could be concluded, and we documented how I would do it yesterday. I think that I don't know that I would word it that they would be the perfect duo. I think that if we was to do that, Alexa being a part of it would make sense. I also think if we could get Rowan back and have him a part of it, that would make sense. I think if Braun could be a part of it, that would make sense. So I don't think they would have to be a duo. I just think that you would have to, I think that them all working towards achieving something. I don't know what he was trying to achieve with the Funhouse. I don't know what the Fiend was trying to achieve. They were frustrations that he felt, weren't they? Well, as the Fiend, he actually has 2 more runs as Universal Champion. You know, he has that run which is ended by Goldberg, and then he has a run that gets ended by Roman. So he has 2 more title runs. So the Fiend did bring him success. But he came back, you know, he came back with Uncle Howdy. He came back with the Funhouse again. I think we were going to get the Fiend again. What was it that he came back for? This last run. What was it that he was trying to achieve? What was it that he was trying to do? Because if Bo, Rowan, Braun, Alexa can help him finish that and put a bow on it at something satisfactory, I just think that would be cool. You can leave it unfinished, but I don't know, man. As a fan, I would like to see some closure there, and I think a lot of Bray fans would like to see some closure there, with getting it, like putting a bow on it, wrapping it up, and like it reaching its destination. I feel like it was trying to achieve something, and I don't think this last run, don't think it was able to get there because obviously he passed away. So where was we going? Does Bo even know? Did Bo and Bray have deep conversations about what all of this was and where it was heading? Did WWE even want to go back to that? Maybe it's just done, right? It's in the past. We're moving on. Now, you know. So, yeah, I keep saying it. I don't know that I would word it. They would be the perfect duo because I wouldn't focus on just them two. I think if you was to continue with Howdy and Alexa as a starting point, it would be to finish off whatever Bray was doing. And I think you would want to get Rowan and you'd want to get Braun involved in that. Past that point, well, I mean, I don't know how long that would take. I don't know where it would take us. So it's very hard to book when I don't know where I would be at that point. I'd have to know what we had just done. I'd have to know how long it took, where we was, who was face, who was heel, and take it from there. So at that point, that you'd have to, you'd have to figure out the next steps at that point. So yeah, but people are divided as to whether to bring him back or not, and each their own. It's a personal thing, isn't it? It's a personal thing. Fiendish said, I don't know if you know, Alexa's daughter's middle name, Rouge, is a tribute to the late Bray Wyatt. Is it? No, I didn't. How is that a tribute? How is Rouge a tribute? Was that in Bray's name or something? It was Wyndham Rotunda, wasn't he? Was his middle name Rouge? His middle name was Lawrence. No, how is that a tribute? Fiendish, shout out to you. Russell Andy, hello. We should bring the Slammies back to give December a boost. We could even make a special network show for it, like an actual awards ceremony. Yeah, they did that back in the day, didn't they? And I don't mind that at all. I think the problem with the Slammies is that they have been so stop-start, and I'd say the other problem is we've given awards out to such nonsensical things. I think we've done things like Best Kiss and all this kind of rubbish, right? I mean, if it was treated a bit more seriously, you can still have fun with it. Of course you can, right? There's still fun moments at the Oscars, like when all them people got together for the Ellen picture, right? Or when Will slapped Chris. I mean, all of that was hilarious, right? So you can still have fun with it being like a proper award ceremony. But yeah, best male wrestler, best female wrestler, best match, best event, best newcomer, maybe best tag team, OMG moment of the year, stuff like that. If you could find, a handful of those moments, I agree. I think that would be a lot of fun. And actually, Raw is on Christmas Day this year. So you could potentially do it there. You could potentially do it on that day, because that needs to be a recorded show, because you ain't going to do that live. So, that could be a recorded show. So you could get away with recording and airing the Slammies on that day, on Christmas Day. Or if you didn't want to do that, you could do it a little bit closer to like New Year's Eve, as you're even closer towards the end of the year, But yeah, I don't disagree. I think that I think if it was done right, my two concerns are we don't do it every year, so it's hard for something to feel important when it's just once in a while. And I found a list, Sight and Sound, who actually talk about the best films in the world. They actually only put out their poll every 10 years, which is amazing, isn't it? Every 10 years, they put out their top 100 best films ever, and they just update it every 10 years. So that's a big thing when that comes out. So you can get away with doing it only once in a while, but it needs to be consistent. So they do it every 10 years, and when the next one is, right? I believe the next one will be in 2032. I think they came out with the last one last year. So in 2032 it's coming. With the Slammies, it was like they did it for a few years, then they stopped, then they did it, then they stopped for like 10 years, then it came back, then it stopped, then it was, you know what I mean? Like, there's no reason or rhyme. It's just, we need something, let's do it. So it needs consistency, and it needs to be proper categories. rather than just stupid categories, which just then devalue the Slammy. I mean, Owen Hart, when he won his Slammies, I forget what he won them for, but I think even he won silly categories. But he treated them like he'd just won a championship belt. He walked around with them. They were on his ring gear. And he would walk around with these Oscar-looking awards, the Slammies. He would like come to the ring, like holding them, celebrating like these achievements. He got him over, man. He got him proper over. He made them seem like the biggest things in the world. So I agree. It should be a real badge of honor to win a Slammy. Like legitimately, it's a proper achievement. It's like and then like people will be like, oh, who won the Slammy for best match in 2020? Who won the Slammy for best match in 2018? And it would be something that fans would actually look towards as a thing, this is the best match. Oh, I need to check that out. It'd be a good guide, a good pointer. I mean, I don't know why WWE don't do it. They've got their own network. They could easily do a show like that. Easily. I mean, they do the Hall of Fame. They find a way of doing a Hall of Fame every year. So why can't you find a way of doing an end of the year awards ceremony? Certainly when you've done it many times in the past and you've even got a name for it and the fans know what they are and everything. I agree. I agree. I'd love to see them come back. I'd love to see them come back. I'm a big fan of that idea. Wrestle with Andy, firing out more good thoughts. Trini said, I feel like people are being super hypocritical in defending Flair, my dog, but critical of people like Punk, who, unlike even Vince, don't have those kind of horrible accusations. Hang on. I feel like people are being super hypocritical in defending Flair. Do you know what? When I read that, I thought you meant Charlotte. I was like, oh my God, what's up with Charlotte? But you mean Rick. I feel like people are being hypocritical if they defend Flair, my dog, but critical of people like Punk, who, unlike Vince, don't have those kind of horrible accusations. There's a lot to unpack there. Because you've got Rick, you've got Vince, you've got CM Punk. Okay. I don't know how I feel on that one because I don't quite understand it. But I do want to understand it. I feel like people are being super hypocritical if they are defending Flair and then they're critical of Punk. Right. So if you say Ric Flair is fine, but then you've got a problem with Punk, you're being hypocritical, who, unlike Vince, doesn't have horrible accusations. Okay. There's a lot to unpack there, as you can tell. There's like a million things going through my head. The only thing I would add to that is that for me, unless you're proven guilty, I don't, or there's like serious evidence, I don't go in for finding people guilty for the sake of it. I mean, I think Ric Flair, it feels uncomfortable. I feel uncomfortable about it. But and the thing is, I could see him being guilty of things he's being accused of. I could see it. But he has denied such things. He came out and denied them. Now, I think she has come out and said, because again, Plane Ride from Hell, she's come out and told her side of it. I would imagine the boys wouldn't be too surprised if it had actually happened. But I wasn't there. I don't know what happened. I don't know anything about it other than what's been said. So I feel uncomfortable about it. But I'm not at a point where I feel like cancelling Ric Flair. I suppose that's the best way of putting it. Because I wasn't there, because I don't know exactly what happened, because it's she said, he said, she said he did it, he said he didn't. I can believe her. I mean, I always think that if someone like that came forward and told you about it, you would listen to them, you'd sympathize, you would sort of be there for them and believe in what they're saying. But I'm also very conscious of not finding someone guilty without having evidence. And unfortunately, in a lot of these cases, you're not going to have evidence, are you? You're not going to have something tangible that you can actually then, convict Ric Flair on, right? Which, if you think about all of the stuff Ric Flair has potentially done over the years, it is pretty wild that there's nothing there that could convict him of some wrongdoing, right? Because I just think the situations that he must have been in over the years, the amount of women that he's slept with. I mean, you would think that I would have expected more drama, actually. I think the stories that you tend to hear about the partying and how crazy it all was, and certainly in that time period as well, I'm surprised there's not more stories. I'm surprised there's not more allegations. But there is this one about the plane ride from hell, which is the only one that I'm aware of at the moment. And it makes me feel uncomfortable because if I'm going to be brutally honest, could see there being truth to it. I could. But I can't convict him of it. I can't find him guilty of something where I'm only going off what I saw on Dark Side of the Ring. That's it. That's all I've got. That's all I've got to go off. So when it comes to that sort of stuff, I feel uncomfortable about it, but I don't really do much with it. I can't really do much with it. So the chatter for me around Ric Flair at the moment, and a lot of the conversation I see isn't about that. It's not about the plane ride from hell. It's about please don't wrestle, which is mental, innit? It's crazy. The conversation around Ric Flair is please don't have a match. Please don't wrestle. Please don't have a match. And so he made a comment the other day saying, like, I don't get all the hate. What was his actual comment? I'm going to find it. And I'll read what he actually said, because it was very interesting. Ric Flair said, let's go down. I am so tired of hearing all the I'll put it on screen so you can see it. This is what Ric Flair said the other day, which I thought was really interesting. And I'll make it bigger. Here we go. I am so tired of hearing all this negativity. I don't need to work and I don't need the money. Can't I simply enjoy being by my dear friend Sting's side for the next few months without so much hatred? I know I'm old, but that doesn't mean I can't enjoy life. I have earned the right to do whatever I want, and I'm exactly where I want to be. I appreciate everything, Tony Khan, but I'm more than willing to walk away if I am embarrassing you and your company. All I could say is I'm sorry. So, I mean, clearly he's hearing the noise. Clearly there's a lot of chatter around Rick. And there's a lot of people saying that they don't want him in the company for various reasons. But to be honest, more because I'm seeing a lot of people saying they don't want to see him wrestle. And it's to do with him not having a match that I see most people talking about. But it's clear that he's hearing what's being said. He's saying he doesn't need to work and he's just trying to have fun and he's here to be by his friend's side. And I don't know how people reacted to that. It's a really unfortunate side of wrestling. It's a really unfortunate side of wrestling. You have these people that you watch and that they give you these moments and you are so entertained by them. And some people even go like full on worshipping some of these people. And then, you potentially and even actually at times find out that they are just awful people. And it's, it just really ruins stuff, doesn't it? I mean, look at Sunny. She's just been done for that DUI, like murdering, killing someone whilst driving. She's now going to be in prison for 17 years. Think of, people used to love Sunny. She was, I think, the most downloaded woman from the internet in like 1996. So she is someone that, what a fool that is. What a fool from grace that is. And Benoit, look at that situation. We don't need to go down that rabbit hole, but look at that situation. So, it's just a sad side of wrestling where these people that you watch and you worship and you absolutely love their work and everything. Yeah, the more you find out, the more. Look at Hogan. Look at Hogan. How many times have we spoke about his now completely destroyed reputation? It's hard, isn't it? I mean, you want to admire people and you want to respect what they achieve and you want to give them the credit and everything, but then, you just find out this stuff and then you just feel really disappointed and let down by it, Oh, that conversation was never getting anywhere satisfactory. I just need you to know that conversation was never going to get anywhere good, right? I can't put a bow on that. There's nothing positive I can say. All I can say is that I judged people by kind of what I see from them on screen, unless there is clear evidence or there's, something big away. And the Ric Flair one, I can't. What do you do with her? What do you do with her? I feel like he could be guilty, but I can't say he is. I don't know. I wasn't there. Hippie King, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you are well. Welcome to this really down and depressing stream on a Monday. We were all excited for Raw, and now we're left questioning, why do we even support these people? God, what's the point? They're all just going to let us down. We're all going to be cheering for Cody, and then it'll turn out he kicks puppies. I mean, what's the point? Why do we even watch? Nah, I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be a good night. We'll have fun. We got Kayden and Katana. I'm sure they're lovely. Rouge is a shade of red, which is a colour that's associated with Bray. Okay, Alexis Gamer, thank you. Trini said, that was my point with the comment about hypocrisy. If we're going to hold one person accountable, then we need to hold everyone accountable. Okay. I see ya. Yeah, that's my take on it. And I think it's good to, put it out there. This is where I stand. I'm very comfortable with where I'm standing on this. Well, I'm not. I'm not comfortable. There's nothing comfortable about it, but I know where I'm standing on it. If they're convicted and they've done something wrong and the evidence is there and they're convicted, then we react accordingly. But if they're not, then I definitely can feel uncomfortable about people. It just breaks my heart. It really does. It really does break my heart. I so want to just love Hulk Hogan. I was never a massive fan of him, actually. We spoke about it before, but Hogan, I was aware of him. Of course, who wasn't? If you was watching in the late 80s, early 90s, Hogan was everything. Hogan was Roman Reigns, right? Only he was there more. And I kind of feel like he did so much for the industry. You cannot tell the history of wrestling without Hulk Hogan. You can't do it. It's impossible. You cannot tell the history of wrestling without talking about Hulk Hogan, because you would have to not talk about WrestleMania. WrestleMania 1, WrestleMania 2, WrestleMania 3, Hulk and Andre. WrestleMania was built on Hulk Hogan. WrestleMania succeeded because of Hulk Hogan. There's even an argument, and I think it's a very fair argument, that we wouldn't have WWE now if it wasn't for Hulk Hogan, because Vince took a big gamble in putting on WrestleMania, and it was built on the back of Hulkamania. And it succeeded because of how much love people had for Hogan. I mean, Hogan was the guy, and WrestleMania 1 succeeded because that he main evented it. He main evented WrestleMania 2. He main evented WrestleMania 3. WrestleMania 4, they went for a tournament, but it was still a way of doing Hogan Andre the rematch. It's forgotten actually that Hogan and Andre face again at WrestleMania 4. So they main event WrestleMania 3, and then they face off again at WrestleMania 4. But because it wasn't the main event, it wasn't the match that closed the night. It was like further down the card. It doesn't get mentioned anywhere near as much. And actually, do you know what? I haven't watched it anywhere near as much. That face-to-face, the body slam by Hogan at WrestleMania 3 is so iconic. But I can't recall anything from their match at WrestleMania 4. I can't sit here and go, oh, do you remember that? I mean, I can't remember anything from their match at WrestleMania 4. But he was so iconic. He was so big. He should be God. He should be worshipped. He should be the man. He should be like, when he comes out, getting pops as big, if not bigger than Stone Cold. He should be the man. This company survived and thrived because of him. And it's just not, is it? When he comes out now, people are just, it's just not. And it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. If he'd have passed away, then, hopefully that footage, if it never came out, we could still have enjoyed him for what he was. But it's all just ruined now. It's all ruined. I still try to look at Hogan, the character, as being different to Terry, the man. And I think, I think you can do that, but it's a hard thing to do. I've heard people say that about Chris Benoit. They try to watch Benoit matches and they try to watch Chris Benoit, the wrestler, and not think about Chris Benoit, the man. And they try to separate the two. What you see on screen is not that person that did, what he did. And the same with Hogan, the person that was the wrestler is not the man that made the comments in that video. But it's uncomfortable is the word I used earlier, and I'm going to go back to it again. It's uncomfortable, isn't it? It's uncomfortable. It's a very serious, moody, unfun conversation, but I think it's also one that's we don't shy away from these conversations. I do like that about these streams because I don't like fence sitting. Don't want to sit on the fence. What's the point in sitting here and having a chat if we're just going to be like, oh, we don't talk about that? Oh, we don't talk about that. Why would we do that? Why would we do that? People want to share opinions and get other perspectives. So why would we shy away from those things? So we don't. We will, if it's wrestling related, we will talk about whatever. But some conversations are a bit easier and more entertaining than others. So I feel like we've covered this, and I feel like we can now move on. Don't hero worship. James said, Days, even JR said Survivor Series outshined AEW signing Ospreay. Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, it did, didn't it? It absolutely did. What if Nick Aldis somehow sends Kevin Owens back to Raw instead of taking him off of suspension? Then Cody goes to SmackDown and beats Roman. I think it'd be a bit messy, to be honest. I think it'd be a bit messy. I don't think we have to do it that way. I think that Kevin only just went over to SmackDown, so for him now to get switched back and all this, it would just seem a bit messy and a bit unnecessary. So I would just keep it as it is, but Cody can win the Rumble, or he can win Elimination Chamber. Or, as I've said, Roman's beaten a lot of people. All it needs is Roman saying that he's beaten everyone. There's no one left on the SmackDown roster for him to beat, and then boom, Cody's music hits. Cody comes walking out, and he's like, I want my rematch. What went down last year, it's not right. You know that's not how it was meant to go. And I think that Cody, as we've seen many times, could easily talk his way into a title match. I mean, let's not forget Logan got a title match with Roman because of comments he made on his Impulsive podcast after Roman had left. So Roman left, and then Logan was like, I could beat that guy or something after he'd gone. And that was enough for us to do a title match at Crown Jewel. So I don't think we need to worry too much about how do we do it? How are we going to do it? How are we going to get... Oh, but he's on a different brand. There's just no way. Just have him walk out. People might go, what, he can just walk out and get a title match? Yeah, and do you know what? It's happened before. It's happened before, like 1,000,000 times, and it will happen again 1,000,000 times. So I wouldn't worry about it. I really wouldn't. He could win a Rumble, do it, get that way. If he doesn't do that, he could win Elimination Chamber and get that way. If he doesn't do that, he could just come walking out on SmackDown after Roman has said, I've beaten everyone on the SmackDown roster. There's no one left. Ha, ha, ha. Wrestling has only got one role. And then out he comes. And there'll be people going, what? Yeah, that's right. Welcome to wrestling. This is how we do it. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not always pretty and wrapped up in a bow. Sometimes they do just walk out and they get title matches. Some people have to win Royal Rumbles and go through 30 other guys or 29 other guys and battle their way and try and survive for over an hour. And some people just come walking out and just go, can I have a match? Isn't that really what... I mean, Shinsuke... What has Shinsuke done? What did Shinsuke do to try and earn his? I don't know if Shinsuke did anything to get his opportunity. I don't know if Drew got anything to get his either. Most of the people that face Gunther don't do a great deal. Sometimes we do number one contender matches, but a lot of the time it's just person interrupts. And that does it, innit? I don't think CM Punk is going to be there tonight, said Flitzy. No, I'm not expecting Punk tonight. I'm not expecting Punk tonight. I think that he's been announced for Friday. So, yeah, I'm not expecting Punk. I'm not expecting this week's show to be anywhere near as popular as last week. I mean, last week it was popping off, man. There was so much excitement last week because we were coming out of that Survivor Series. It was going to be commercial free for the first hour. We had Randy. We had CM Punk. It's not going to be that this week. I wouldn't worry about it, though. I don't think it's going to be a bad show by any means. I'm not expecting a bad show. I'm actually expecting a good show. I think the card looks quite intriguing, but yeah, it's not going to be. It's not going to be the crazy lineup that we got last week. Mitchell, hello. Shout out to you, my friend. We got 29 minutes. 29 minutes. I have had people asking, like, oh, why do you start even earlier now? Well, I think this is a good example as to why. Because we've spoke for an hour and 28 minutes. And I feel like we could do another 2 hours before the show starts and it would be absolutely fine. We can just talk wrestling for days and days and days. So, Mitchell, let's see what Mitchell wants to talk about. Mitchell said, Days, just a fun question. Thank you, Mitchell. Say there was no Punk rumors because he was still in AEW. Okay. If Ospreay debuted in the way Punk did at Survivor Series and beat up Seth, right? How do you think the WWE Universe would have reacted? I think there would have been very split. I think Chicago is a pretty switched on crowd. It's not going to be it's going to be more family orientated than an AEW crowds. So I don't think there would have been a mixed reaction. You would have had people that knew who he was, but you would have had great swathes of people that did not know who that was, right? There are a lot of people, and this really gets overlooked, I think, a lot. There's a lot of people that only watch WWE, don't watch anything, don't interact with anything, not interested in anything else, don't care about AEW, they don't care about MLW or certainly New Japan or anything like this, right? They ain't watching it. They are watching their heroes. They are watching Bianca. They are watching Becky. They are watching Seth. They are watching their heroes, right? They are watching WWE. WWE is bigger than the wrestlers. I mean, the name WWE, those 3 letters, it's bigger than any of the wrestlers because the wrestlers come and go. But WWE represents Stone Cold. It represents The Rock. It represents John Cena. It represents Randy Orton. It represents Roman Reigns. It represents Becky and Bianca. And they are WWE fans, right? So Ospreay, as crazy as it might sound to some, is going to come in and be known by some. And I think Chicago's pretty switched on crowds. And I think that it would have got a pop, right? But it would not have been the CM Punk size pop at all. And there would have been a lot of people just standing around going, who's that? Who's this? Right? Who is this person? Because, and to the point where I don't know that you would have presented him in that way, because I don't think he's a big enough star to be presented in that way. I think he is an unknown. He is someone that has only done bits in North America. The bulk of his work is in Japan. You've got to be a real wrestling fan you've got to be pretty far down the rabbit hole to be checking out what's happening in New Japan, right? I know he made a few appearances in AEW, but they're only fleeting. It's not like he's been there all the time, right? They're only fleeting. In fact, I think there's a lot of people that don't and haven't watched Jade Cargill. And she has been in AEW a lot more than Will Ospreay. So I don't think they would have presented him that way. I don't think they would have brought him in that way. I think that if they had, I think there would have been a pop. I don't think it would have been even half as big as CM Punk, maybe not even a quarter of big as CM Punk. I think there would have been a lot of people that didn't know who it was. That Chicago's good crowds. There'd be people that did, and there would have been a pop. No way would he have just come out to crickets. He would have come out to some sort of pop. And I think that we could then get the ball rolling, and we'd have to introduce him. We'd have to show some footage. We'd have to get the crowds pretty excited. But as you was to start going around, I think the reactions would be relatively quiet. It'd be quiet. I don't think you'd be going to different towns and different cities and having each crowd like, oh my God, it's Ospreay. I think it'd be like, who's this guy? I think it'd be really quiet. So yeah, I don't think they would have given him that sort of an arrival. I think that if this was around WrestleMania, he might have been a mystery opponent at WrestleMania, because when he comes out, then the commentators can be like, oh my God, do you know who this is? And they could try and put him over. Crowds, it wouldn't be a massive pop, but it would, be a nice way of kind of going, this is someone we really believe in. But to be honest, I think he would have stood a better chance of being debuted on the Raw after WrestleMania. I think there's a chance that if he was going to get brought in at WrestleMania weekend, he would actually debut on the Raw. And he would actually then come out to a smaller, more knowledgeable crowds. That crowd, the Raw after WrestleMania, is made up by quite a lot of hardcore fans. There's a lot of people that love wrestling and fly in all over the world, and they stay for that weekend. So they do the Saturday, the Sunday, the Monday, or the Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And so they fly in. They're around for the Raw before they go home, and then obviously they go back then. So those are pretty switched on fans. So 20,000 pretty switched on fans would know who he was. So yeah, I don't think that would be how they would have done it, to be honest. If they had, I think it would have been okay. I think it would have had a pop, but nothing in comparison to what CM Punk got. Nothing. So that's how I think they would have reacted. And I think we can look at AEW, who are, and we can see some of the reactions. I mean, if you watch AEW, you will have seen some of the reactions to some of these New Japan stars have been flat. I've seen Okada walk down to the ring. Okada, arguably the biggest New Japan star of the past 15 years. I mean, he is the guy. He is the man. He is regarded as the best. multiple time champion, and I've seen him come down to like not crickets, but quite quiet, and that's an AEW crowd. AEW that's only been around for 4 years and has been birthed from New Japan. It's like New Japan gave birth to AEW. I mean, its roots are just absolutely cemented in New Japan. So that crowd should know New Japan wrestlers. They should know these wrestlers. And it's just crickets. It's just quiet when some of them come walking down. So how the hell is a WWE crowd going to react? How are they going to react to an Okada or an Ospreay? Even quieter would be my thought. A. Jobson said, Rhea have a current challenger if Nia is the option for the Rumble since she is from Australia as well. EC, since she is from EC. Who's EC? Is it going to be Nia? Nia could be a challenger, but Rhea's a heel, and I think Nia's a heel, but we do need to do that match. So, yeah, Nia feels like she could be the challenger. I don't think that Rhea's got one at the moment. I don't think there's a challenger for Rhea right now. She just got past Zoe Stark, didn't she? So she just got past Zoe Stark, so that's done. So I don't know. I mean, like maybe the winner of Nia Shayna tonight could be the one that takes that step forward and is the next challenge for Rhea. I don't see either beating Rhea. So the women's title feels a bit flat at the moment. I mean, Becky or Raquel is who I can see beating Nia. Becky or Raquel. But yeah, at the moment, I think we are looking at Nia being the one that could go up against Rhea at the Rumble. Not JPEG, shout out to you, said, what female pro wrestler would you like to have as a girlfriend if they were single? None. Honestly. I'm so busy. I ain't got time for that. Plus, I really, really do not look at it that way. We had a conversation about this the other day where we were talking about, like, a lot of the girls have, like, their asses out and cleavage on show, and I know there's going to be no complaints about that. But we were just talking about, like, is that a good presentation? Is that a good thing? Is that too distracting? Is because there are people that only focus on that. There are people that only care about that only watch wrestling for that purpose. Like, they just are simps, and they just simp away. And if that is you, God bless you. You know what you like, and you like what you know, and God bless you, right? But I don't know. For me, I mean, I grew up with Alundra Blaze. Not literally, but she was the women's champion. And she was not doing that sort of a thing. She had like a full kind of like bodysuit thing that she used to wear. And she was presented as athletic, as an amazing wrestler. And I never had a crush on her. And I certainly didn't have a crush on her opponents. I mean, she was wrestling Bertha Faye, right? And she was wrestling like Bull Nakano and like these killers. And her matches were like some of my favorite. I was excited to watch women's wrestling. And then you get to the Attitude Era where, you know, it's bra and panty matches and all that kind of stuff. It's awful. It's awful. It's rubbish. It's rubbish. It's just, do you know what? Women are good. I'm going to say it now. Women are good. Women are good, and they can do some really good stuff. And one of the things that they can do is wrestle. They can wrestle really well and have some of the best matches of the year. And I would really love for us to just take a step away from the scantily clad kind of stuff and really turn up like the in-ring kind of action a little bit more. I feel like you've got certain characters like Mandy Rose and Tiffany Stratton, and there's just a few of those that are just leave it all out there, you know? And I don't know, man. I'd much rather be watching like Bianca Belairs of the world She doesn't tend to have it all hanging out. And she's very athletic. And I'm a lot more into what she's bringing to the party. I could see Alundra Blaze in this modern female world, you know. I could see her hanging in this world quite well. But I don't look at it. I really don't. I really don't. I don't look at it that way. I don't look at it like, oh, she's fit. Oh, I could have her as a girlfriend. I don't waste my time doing that. I don't think about that. I honestly look at the wrestling and I look like, oh, could you imagine such and such against such and such? Could you imagine Becky against Rhea? Man, that'd be sick. I mean, even Rhea's like mommy's always on top and all that, you know? So, I don't know. I think it's always going to be part of it, isn't it? You've got to get viewers however you can. And if we know that sex sells, so a little bit of this, a little bit of this, a little bit of all of that on show. It's probably always going to be part of it, isn't it? I'm not down on it. I'm not, you know, I'm just saying it's not what I watch for. It's not the reason why I tune in. But if it is the reason as to why you lot tune in, God bless you. God bless you. Who knows if it'll get me more viewers, you know? I could check. I don't have to wear black t-shirts. I've got a lot of black t-shirts. I'm like Homer Simpson. I got the same wardrobe each day. I can cut a little something out here. Yeah? Just saying. If it's gonna increase engagement, I could cut a little something out here. Now that everyone's throwing, I can see people putting in crying faces in the chat right now. I think you know that you've really made it as a streamer if regular viewers of your streams get to the point where they are putting crying emojis in the chat. That's when you know you've made it. That's when you know that you've reached promised land. We're in rarefied air. Not everyone can get to this kind of level of awkwardness, you know. Not everyone is able to achieve this. Mitchell said, I hate it. Every time a women's match is on now, it's like, look at that peach. I just want to see those girls beat the beep out of each other. Yeah, it's difficult, though, because they clearly are having their peaches out for a reason as well, you know? Peaches are on show. And they're on show for a reason. I mean, wrestling needs attention. Simple as that, innit? Wrestling needs attention any which way it can. If it can get your attention because you're into good wrestling, good. We can cope with that. Have you met? Here's Gunther. Here's Ilya Dragunov. Right. Here's Seth Rollins. Right. If you are into wrestling because you like lovely ladies, well, here's Tiffany Stratton wearing lingerie. I mean, she was wearing next to nothing the other day. Mandy Rose. I mean, didn't Mandy Rose make like $1 million on OnlyFans? I mean, if that doesn't tell you everything you need to know, if that doesn't, I mean, we can all, you know, say that what we're talking about right now, it's not true. That's not how things are. Mandy Rose left wrestling because she made $1 million on OnlyFans, right? The wrestling fans that watched went and signed up to her OnlyFans and went and supported her over there and gave her, you know, made her like more money than I think she was making in WWE anyway. So it's it kind of shows you as to where we are. You know, this is where we are. The Attitude Era has gone in the sense of, thankfully, we're not doing bra and panty matches, right? We're not doing evening gown matches, and we're not doing those kind of parade, beauty pageant type stuff, right? We haven't got Jerry Lawler on commentary going, puppies! We've moved on from that, right? We've moved on from that. But it's still there. There is still a degree of it there. But I suppose just I'm no complaints. No complaints. Because we are getting the best period of women's wrestling I think we've ever enjoyed in WWE. I don't think there's ever been a period that's as good as now. You know, I don't think the women have ever been better than they are now. I think the women's wrestlers, the ones that you're watching right now, you can honestly say are in the conversation for the greatest of all time. These are amongst the greatest of all time in WWE terms. because, you know, you can pick out an Alundra Blaze, but she doesn't have the catalog to like, you know, compare. You know, unfortunately, she didn't have a division. It was her as champion, and then we just kept bringing women in to face her. She just didn't have a division to really compete against. So it's hard to make an argument for her being as good as Becky or as good as Charlotte, because I can only give you a few Alundra Blaze matches. I can't give you loads of Alundra Blaze matches. Same with Wendy Richter back in the 80s as well, or the same with the Jumping Bomb Angels. You just can't give loads of examples of great matches because women's wrestling was not prioritized. It was a side attraction. It was just a little, here's something different on the cards. We had midget wrestling and we had women's wrestling, and they were just sort of little side things to the main bulk of the show, which was the guys and tag teams. Whereas now, women are very much part of the cards, and thankfully, rightfully so. I really, really enjoy... some of my favourite matches have been the women's matches in recent years. I love Charlotte Rhea from this year. I think it's a fantastic match. Honestly, one of my favourites from WrestleMania this year. So I've said it, guys, and I'll say it again. I think women are good. I'm a big fan. I am a full-blown, signed-up fan member of women. But I don't ever look at them on TV and go, oh, I wish she was my girlfriend. Do you know why? Because most of them wish that I was their boyfriend. That's the healthier way to think about it. Yeah? It's better to think of it that way. I don't wish that I was with them. They wish they were with me. You should think that way as well. It's better for your self-esteem. Triton said, nothing the WWE women wear is anywhere near as scant as what Riddle used to wear. He was damn near nude, said Triton Cascade. Funny you should say that. I told the story yesterday about how I was watching with an ex-girlfriend, and she was all right with watching. And I asked her, I was like, what is it that you enjoy then? Like, you know, brilliant. What is it? She's like, well, God, they wear next to nothing, do they? Look at them. Beautiful, rip-toned guys wearing next to nothing. This is no... I thought she was enjoying the matches. I was like, oh, I think she's really into this promo. She wasn't. She was just there drooling over abs and lumps and bumps and all this kind of stuff, you know? So it's both sides of the fence. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I would imagine there's a lot of females that tune in for, you know, the guys. Probably not Dominik, but I'm sure Randy and Roman attract a fair few female viewers, you know. Tyler said, I think we could have Roman versus The Rock and Punk against Seth at WrestleMania. Thoughts? I'm not sure about Roman Rock. I would like it, but I think last year was the year. If we can do it, then I think we should do it. It's one that we've had a conversation on before. We were in Hollywood at 39, and that would feel like the year to do it because it would have delayed Cody another year. Instead, we had to do Cody Roman, and we had Cody lose. It probably would have been better if we'd have done Roman Rock last year, and then Cody goes for the title this year and wins it this year, you know? It probably would have been better to have done it that way, but and it being in Hollywood as well, as I said, made sense. But yeah, I don't know that Rock's not there. I haven't heard that he's definitely not there. I just think everyone is pretty much like, we need to finish the story. It feels like Roman's time's coming to an end. It feels like Bloodline's story's wrapping up. The group is not what it was this time last year. I mean, this time last year, Bloodline were in one of the big matches at Survivor Series. This year, they're not even at Survivor Series. There was no Solo, no Jimmy, no Roman. So the reliance on the Bloodline has definitely been turned down. We're going to get Bloodline stories now, obviously, as we build to WrestleMania. But it feels like we're at the end. So I don't know. I think Rock Roman this year was the year to do it. If we get it, great. If we don't, I'm fine with Roman Cody, to be honest. If we don't, it's fine. Finish the story. Randy Cody after a long rivalry, after a fallout, backstab. What do you think? Well, it really depends. Rock Roman is the one in it. Rock Roman is the one. If Rock Roman happens, then yes. If Rock Roman doesn't happen, I don't think it will, then I don't think you get Randy Cody. I'm more into Randy helping Cody. I'm more into that. I'm more into Randy being the missing piece of the puzzle for Cody, if you will. Like Randy dealing with Solo or dealing with Jimmy, and maybe Solo walks away and it leaves just Cody and Roman one-on-one, and Cody gets the job done. Because we know that Roman's always going to have someone interfere on the outside, and Cody didn't seemingly have a plan last time. I think, didn't he have Sami and Kevin deal with the Usos, but then Solo got involved? Well, this time there's not as many people to worry about, but he's still got people to worry about. So he needs a friend or friends, and Randy could be that person, and Sami could be that person. Dustin could be that. Dustin, his brother, would be amazing. You know, if the Rhodes family are going to complete the story, I would love for Dustin to be there and be a part of it. I would love that. But unfortunately, I don't think he can, because I think he's under contract with AEW. So I don't think that's something we're going to see, unfortunately. But I would love to see that. I would love to see that. So yeah, I think they're all good thoughts. Nothing wrong with those suggestions and thoughts. It all hinges, doesn't it, on that one? It all hinges on if we are going to be getting Roman against Rock. Big Time said, apparently WWE's 18 to 49 key demo is 75% men and 25% women. Certain women wrestlers being in skimpy outfits is supposed to appeal to a male demographic. And it does. I've no doubt it does. Hence why Mandy Rose got $1 million from OnlyFans. True. What would your dream match be with wrestlers that are in WWE? I want to see Sami win the title. That's the number one thing I want to see out of anything. If I could choose anything, if I could have anything happen in WWE, and I had the ability to make anything happen, the number one thing I would choose is Sami Zayn wins the world title. I mean, I would take that. I would take that over another Undertaker match. I would take that over Stone Cold CM Punk. I would take that over Rock Roman. That's the number one thing I'd want to see. I really can't think of anything else I would rather see. Rock Roman would be close, but the reason Rock Roman would be second is because Roman would be winning that. I'm pretty confident Roman would win that. Rock, I think it'd be electrifying. It'd be amazing. I absolutely want to see it. Sign me up. But I don't know. I just think that Roman wins. I think Rock's in Hollywood. He'd be coming back for one match. He certainly shouldn't be the one to win the title. Maybe that match is more appealing if the belts aren't involved, you know? If the belts aren't involved, maybe that match becomes better. Because if the belts are involved, I don't think Rock's the one that's beating Roman. And he's only going to be around, I would imagine, for one match. So those are the reasons as to why it just takes a bit of an edge off it for me. I love it. It might be the number two thing I want, but it's why it's not my number one. It's why it's not my number one. So my number one would be Sami winning the title. So if I could choose any match, it would be Sami as challenger taking on a monster heel to win the title. I would love Sami being the one to beat Roman. It's never going to happen. But if I could choose anything, Sami beating Roman with Cody helping him to achieve that, I would love that. You know, we sort of got the reverse last year. We had Sami help Cody finish his story. But I think there's a story I'm more interested in, which is Sami finishing his. Sami getting a world title interests me more than Cody getting a world title. So yeah, if I could choose anything, I'd choose that. Or I wouldn't mind if Gunther had been like a champ for 2 years and had been dominant. You know, like Gunther's IC title reign. Imagine that as a world title. And then Sami is the one that steps up and beats Gunther. I'll take that. I'll have that. So if I could book anything, I'd book that. But I would have Cody win it eventually, by the way. I'm not saying like if Cody helps Sami that Cody never wins it. He absolutely would. I want the story to finish. Definitely. I'll be gutted if Cody doesn't finish his story. Gutted. So I'm not talking about like, I'm not saying I don't want him to do it. I'm just saying that there's someone else I want to win it more, and that's Sami. He's so good. He's too good. He's amazing in ring. He's one of the best promos they've got. He's so intense and passionate, and I think it's just the look that lets him down. I think it's just the look. He hasn't got a big size to him, and his presentation is. I mean, he comes out. He's got like the beard, and he comes out and he's like just got like a shirt on and his ring gear, and he's in a way is a bit no nonsense. You know, Cody comes out, he's got his wrestling, he's got more than one royal family, he's got his big theme, he's got his entrance attire, his weight belts that he gives the crowd, he's got the Rhodes name, you know, he wears his suits as well, he looks really sharp. I feel like, you know, Sami doesn't have that. I mean, he's a bit more no nonsense, he's a bit everyday man. Which I like, I don't mind. I'm not criticizing him for it. I'm just saying I think that's why he's always being the bridesmaid and not the brides. Because it can't be his promos. His promos are great. And it can't be because he's difficult to work with. I mean, he's done everything that's been asked of him. And it can't be his wrestling. He has some of the best matches. He's great in ring. He's great in ring. His match with Roman was amazing this year. He's really, really, really good. I mean, I love him. I love him. He's undervalued, underappreciated. He should be a world champion at some point. And I think he will. But he's just a bit further down the pecking order, isn't he? Is this new theme? Unstoppable. I'm too hot for you. I'm not about to lose. I'm the greatest. It's okay. It's okay. Was that new last week? I didn't hear that last week. Rhea, will you body slam me? Simp. I'm too hot for you. I'm unstoppable. I'm the greatest. It's okay. It's better than the last one. I didn't like the last one. I can't remember the last one. Drew is starting the show. Right, Drew is making his way down through McIntyre. Can we not just get a good opening theme song? I really like. I mean, that was all right, but it didn't do anything for me. I wasn't like, yeah. What's SmackDown's now? I can't remember it, but I know I like it. I hated the last Raw one. That was one of my least favorites they ever had. And this one's bland. I mean, who listens to that song and's like, yeah, I'm pumped now. Yeah, let's go. Whoa, never give in. Whoa, never give up. Whoa, never give in. I just wanna be loved. That was sick, man. Now that's a tune. Whoa, never give in. Whoa, never give up. Unstoppable, I'm the greatest. Yeah, nah, the more I'm thinking about it, the more I don't like it. I don't hate it, though. I don't hate it. I didn't hear it, and I was like, eh. Is the commentary on? No, I ain't got no commentary. It's nice, actually. Better. No commentary. No commentary. Mitchell said, do you think Drew's reinforced his kills? Well, someone needs to reinforce the commentary table. Because they've got no audio. I mean, we've got audio. I can hear Drew's music. Is this going to work? Yeah, okay. Well, at least this microphone works. Welcome to Monday. I bet they are scrambling right now. They could always use those mics, though, couldn't they? If they had to, they could always, like, talk to the crowds. Right, let's see what Drew's got to say. So, he talks about you can be fired. Talk rubbish about the company, come back and you're instantly forgiven. Big CM Punk chance. He could have given that title match to anyone. Talks about headbutting him in his stupid face. Your time's coming, Jay. He's talking about Jay running and apologizing to Randy. He's having a bit of fun here, isn't he, Drew? Here's Sami. Oh, we got commentary. Look at this. Everything gets better when Sami comes out. Bum ba dum bum ba dum. Bum bum ba dum bum ba dum ba dum bum. Go on, Sami. Damn the sarcastic promo, though, said Harif. It was good. Say his name and he comes out. He's like Beetlejuice. Sign in the crowd said, Joe sucks. That's breaking news. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Is sat in the corner. I hope he says something about the kilt. That'd be great. Good to see you kept your kilt on this week, Drew. Clearly, you've got a lot to say about everyone. If you got to say something about me, say it to my face. Oh, here we go. He's got something to say. We're nothing alike, you and me. You're the one person in the world. Oh, wow. You're the one person in the world that deserved to be screwed over by the bloodline. That's probably true, actually. He was in the bloodline. He did a bit of screwing himself. You screwed them over. What did you think was going to happen? Do you know what? Yeah, yeah, man. It's hard to argue, innit? It's hard to argue. I was wrong. I thought we was alike, said Sami. But we're not anything alike. Truce. Yeah, you're right. Look at this. Look at this. I don't point a finger at everyone else for my own shortcomings, said Sami. Do you know what? When I lost in front of my family, I stayed hungry. Which is why I had a Snickers available now. You could see WWE going that way one day. I stayed hungry. But you don't have to stay hungry with Ruffles. Do you think you're making your family proud? Sami says to Drew. Oh. Ooh. One of us are not walking out. One of us is not walking out tonight. Ooh, baby. Well, Sami against Drew. We knew we were going to get this match. Referee has come out and kind of no nonsense really here. I like it. Sami. I really like Drew's point as well, though, you know. Drew made an excellent point. It was like, if anyone deserved to get screwed over by the bloodline, it was definitely you. That is a hard thing to argue with, to be honest. That is a hard thing to disagree with. I love Sami, but he definitely did play his part in preventing others from becoming champion, shall we say, at times. But the crowd are firmly behind Sami. Big let's go Sami chants. So, do you know what? Quick little promo. We did announce Stay Our Welcome. We said some fun stuff. I thought Drew was great. You know, he showed some real personality. A little bit of sarcasm. Love it. It's the British way. And it's the lowest form of wit, but we do it well. And Sami came out, confronted him. We had a nice little back and forth, and now we're straight into a match. Lovely. Over the top rope, Sami comes down on Drew. Wrestle with Andy said the kilt's off. I don't know if he's talking about Drew or himself. Mitchell said, Days, we need a we eating good emoji or tasty emoji. Oh, that's a good suggestion. That's a good suggestion, Mitchell. I'm gonna write that down. We eat in goods or tasty. Tasty. Didn't what he used to say in Mortal Kombat? There was a little thing you could do where the face of one of the programmers would appear at the side of the screen during Mortal Kombat. I can't remember how you used to be able to trigger it. You used to do something and... Was it Toasty? I think it was Toasty, wasn't it? Now I'm thinking about it. Toasty! I think it was a fatality. I think it was like maybe if you burnt them alive in a fatality, then he slid in at the side. Toasty! We need that. That's what we need. That's good, man. That's good. I haven't thought about that in years. I haven't thought about that. I'm going to write that down. Do you know, there probably should be some stuff like these. I've been streaming for years. I probably should have little things that pop on screen. Like if something's fire, I can press button and go, guys, this is fire. You know, if I was a shock jock, I would have those things, wouldn't I? Guys, this promo is fire. Like flames shooting up and everything. We just don't have that level of showmanship, do we? It's bare bones here. I mean, we've only just put the tree up. And, you know... The majority of stuff you see on this stream right now has only been added in the past week. It's normally even more bare than this. So, minimum effort, that's what we represent. Minimum effort. That's what this channel's all about. Toasty! It was when you used Scorpion, said AR1. Thank you. To be honest, my go-to is Street Fighter. So I didn't play tons of Mortal Kombat, but I certainly played it enough whereby I saw that. And the fatality, man, if you was a kid and you managed to pull off a fatality, or you saw someone doing a fatality, it was so exciting. It was just the best thing in video games at that time. I don't think there was anything more exciting than seeing a fatality. Maybe even still to this day, there's nothing more exciting in video games than doing a fatality in Mortal Kombat. And I bet there's been some really good ones in the years since Mortal Kombat 2. I want to play Mortal Kombat now. Tyler said, did you ever find that Punk figure? I didn't, Tyler. And you know what? I'm starting to wonder if Mattel have actually even made one yet. I know they have made one in the past, which I thought they would just flood the shops with. But, no, I didn't. And do you know what? They didn't even have any AEW figures, because I could have potentially looked at the AEW range, but I didn't see any AEW figures. The AEW figures have gone from Smith's, which is very interesting and probably also very concerning if you are a fan of AEW, because Smith's is the biggest toy shop in the UK, and they used to have AEW figures, but I went in the other day and I couldn't see any. It might have just been that store. Maybe they ran low, but why would they? And actually, I've put AEW into their website. And there's no figures that are coming back now. So I think we might have some breaking news. Breaking news, there may not be any AEW figures on sale in Smith's anymore. Which, if that's true, that has got to be a blow for their figure sales. It's a blow for their presence as well. You know, if you go into a shop and you see, like, AEW figures next to WWE, it makes them feel legit. If they're not there now, then that's definitely a battle lost, isn't it? Yeah? No? Nothing on the Smith's website for AEW figures anymore? Do you know what? I didn't even notice that. It's only you just mentioning it and me thinking, well, there might have been like AEW ones there. And I thought, hang on, there was no AEW there. And now I've just looked and they're not there. I wonder if that's happening around the world, to quote Daft Punk. Drew, in control. We are back, by the way. Justin said, the last console I ever had was the larger PS2. All right, look at you bragging. I just didn't have time for gaming anymore. Yeah, I'm in that boat, buds. I feel you. Big Time said, Days, I don't think they've been releasing new figures. The video game hasn't been getting talked about as much either. That's interesting. So you don't think Jazzwares have even been making it? So, like, it might just be done. Makes me think I need AEW figures now. If it's done and that's it. And I didn't need a whole new collection, but I mean, AEW figures? Maybe they're worth picking up. I don't know. Perhaps there'll be some value to them in the future. Eric, shout out to you, my friends. Luke said, I work in Smith's. Do you? Luke, shout out to you. Love Smith's. I work in Smith's, and we stopped stocking AEW figures 3 months ago. Whoa! I did not get that memo. But then I don't tend to pop in all that often. But Luke, shout out to you. You're a hero in this community if you work in Smith's. Love that place. It's good. It's good that there's... I mean, imagine if we didn't have a place like Smith's. I mean, there's no Toys R Us. So we'd just be stuck with the Entertainer, who's just nowhere near as good. Not as good. You want big box toy shops, man, like Toys R Us used to be. Lovely suplex there by Sami. Trina said, I like Drew as this fallen hero persona. Like Green Goblin said, the people love eventually watching a hero fail and fail. And Drew has fallen from being a hero. He was loved, he was screwed, and now he's hated. Yeah, I think what we've done with Drew has been really good. Really good. I think that Drew is very intriguing at the moment. I love how he's just telling the truth as well. He's bitter. He's bitter. He's me. That's what he is. He tells what he sees as the truth, but in a very bitter fashion. I think I might be Drew McIntyre. And he uses sarcasm. Oh my God. I might be Drew. There's a dude in the front row that's got a beard on, and I love him because I don't know if it's a tribute to Sami, but in my mind it is. He's got this big ginger beard. Belly to belly again. Sami gets hurled. I love that dude. Look at him. I don't think that's not his actual beard. It's too vibrant. It's got to be fake. And he's got a little hat on, which is a bit Sami-esque. It's weird, though, because it's not quite strong enough Sami to make me think it's definitely Sami. But I do believe it to be a fake beard. Drew shaking the ropes. Look, that dude's on his feet. Thumbs down. Crowd are not with Drew at the moment. Rivy, shout out to you, my friend. Rivy said, big up for all you do, Rivy. Appreciate the support, dudes. I don't do anything. I just turn up. Just turn up. We just watch wrestling, don't we? That's all that happens. We're over by the commentary table. Sami is getting hurled. Oh, over the commentary table. Into the barricades. Wow, Drew. I thought he was going to chuck him onto the table. No. He hates him. He chucked him over the commentary table. Take that. Take that. Mitchell said, I just checked out. You can't get AEW figures at our local Target, but you can get them online. Did you just go to your local Target? Jumped in the car, went down the road, quickly had a search. No. Back in the car, came back, straight onto the... That is dedication. Respect. And then when you got back, you looked online as well. Respect. Yeah, well, as Luke was saying, like, apparently 3 months ago, they stopped stocking them. Do you know, I was talking to Wrestling Shop about this, and I was asking them how they were selling, and they were like, they're doing okay. They said that the biggest problem was that they just flooded the market too quickly. They seemed to get too excited, and they just were like, let's get figures out of everyone. People have only got so much money, so you kind of need to, you know, drip feed it through, if you will. And, you know, I think season 2 was quite quick after season 1. I think the numbers they made for season 1, it's like Jazzwares just got so excited. It was like, they just went so big, like... Maybe, I don't know if the contract was quite expensive and they really needed to shift some to, like, get the money back. I'm not sure. But this thing from the start has just felt a little bit heavy-handed. I think some of the figures weren't brilliant. Some of them look great. It was a bit of a mixed bag, but you could say the same for Mattel. Some of them looked amazing. Some of the figures looked amazing. Some of them looked atrocious, right? But I was quite disciplined at the start. I was like, no, I am not starting a new collection. I am not starting a new collection. So I was quite disciplined, but I knew that there'd be a few things that might, if they did a timeless Tony Storm, I mean, that's going to be a hard one for me to pass up on. If they did FTR in the jackets with the rainbow stripes, that would be a hard one for me to pass up on. But I was able to fight the ones that I saw. I was able to resist them. So, yeah, I mean, if they're not stocking them now, or there's been some drama there, it's not a good sign for AEW, is it? That's definitely a battle lost. Mohammed T. Ali, shout out to you, my friend. Thank you for putting a smile on my face. Everyone's really nice this evening. Not used to this. Mohammed, shout out to you. You're welcome here anytime, my friends. With your positivity, it's what we need more of. I try. I really do. I'm always trying to be positive. It's just you lot in the community keep dragging me down. It's just so easy in it to stray into negativity. So easy. So Mohammed, God bless you, my friends. Thank you for raising the tone. Wrestle with Andy said, do you think if Sami has more of a gimmick, it would help him to a title? He's currently the same as Drew, Kevin, Seth, just a normal guy with a normal name. Well, I think it would really depend as to what that gimmick was. I mean, we have tried a few things with Sami. He kind of had that conspiracy theory thing going, but that was just something for him to do whilst he was an irrelevant heel, a low-level heel. I think what we've got is I think him being him is the gimmick at the moment, because we've seen his family. We saw his family when he competed against Roman at Elimination Chamber. We've seen his heartbreaker falling short, being cheated out of that title. We know that he is just a normal guy that's trying to prove that he's a world champion. Like, I don't think he needs a heavy gimmick. He doesn't need to be Isaac Yankem. But if there was just a little angle, a little something, I don't know. I don't think it's a gimmick. I mean, he didn't really have a gimmick when he was in the Bloodline, and he was super over because he made them laugh, and he had someone that he could bounce off, you know? He was in a group. Look, they're going to put on a banger here, aren't they? We've probably got to this match super quick because these two are going to bang. We keep going to commercial break. Just before commercial. So it's a difficult one. It's a difficult one. I feel like there's maybe a little something that could help him. But I don't think we need much. I think he's there or thereabouts. Sami is down, so it was a massive spine buster, rolled into a cover. It resulted in a 2 by Drew. Drew getting back up to his feet. He's picking up Sami. He's got Sami on his shoulders. He's taking Sami over to the corner, climbing up. Sami on the shoulders of Drew. Is that like a white noise? White noise by Drew, but... into a sit-down powerbomb by Sami. Kick out by Drew. I feel like McIntyre's going to get the win here. But, come on, Sami! Come on, Sami! I don't know if when Sami gets to a world title, I don't feel like it's any time. I don't feel like it's WrestleMania, but I'd love for it to be WrestleMania. Drew down in the middle of the ring. This is really great wrestling. This is a babyface that I love against a heel who I really respect. I love what he's doing. He's talking the truth. He's a bit bitter. I think the build for it's been good. The match is banging. Opening match. They're trying to set the tone. He's trying to pick up Drew here, but Drew putting all his weight down. Sami with some clubbing blows to the back. Pop, 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 pop. Pounding away. Picking up Drew. Oh, Drew stay. Oh, Glasgow kiss. Oh, dear. Sami goes down. He got caught with the headbutt. Oh, he avoids the Claymore. He'll avoid it. Boom! Into a Blue Thunder bomb! Yeah! 1, 2! Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Ah, toasty! We cooking, baby. Yeah, we cooking. He's so good in the ring. Blue Thunderbomb. I love that move. The Blue Thunderbomb is such a good move. So exciting because he rarely wins with it, but when he hits it, it's such a great, big-looking move. It's such a big movement. Bang! Just driving them down. You're like, oh, that's got to be... It never is. Drew getting back up to his feet. Chop coming in there by Sami. Chop coming back there by Drew. These two on their feet. They're just chopping away at each other. The crowd are really into it. Oh, oof. Look at that boot. And again, Sami driving Drew against the ropes. Reverse. Sami off the bottom rope. Lovely. Oh, no. Oh, he comes down. He injures his leg. I think it's a work injury. There's a shot there. Over the top goes Drew. So Sami looking to try and go against the ropes, but you can't run, Sami. Don't try and do a move that you can't do, Sami. He's saying to the ref, no, I can't. He's gone down to his knees. Drew, look, we get a close-up of Drew's face. Drew's getting back into the ring. He's going to deliver a chop block. Chop block. Referee's coming over, having a go at Drew. Drew's like, what? What? I'm only wrestling. I'm a wrestler. I'm a wrestler and I'm wrestling. You're going to have a go at me? No. He's like, yeah. Boom! Man, that was really close to the ref. Why would the ref count? I don't know why the ref would count. The referee's checking on Sami at that moment. Drew's interrupted at that moment. If anything, you could make an argument that should be a disqualification to Drew, for Sami, and Drew be disqualified. Because the ref's right there going, are you all right? Can you continue? He's checking on the well-being. Drew's capitalized on that and got the 3 count. So I'm not crazy about the finish. But it was a difficult one because how are you going to book it? How are you going to book it? Both of these guys need to win, really, and both of them need to be protected. At least this way, Sami was looking really competitive. And, if only he hadn't tweaked his leg. And, if only he hadn't been distracted by the referee, then he wouldn't have got caught with that Claymore and he wouldn't have lost. Oh. So, I don't know. Yeah, it's a rock and a hard place, isn't it? It's a rock and a hard place. Chris, shout out to you, my friends. Big up days. I appreciate everything you do, Chris. A member for 23 months. Mental. Chris, shout out to you, man. Chris D. D for delicious. Defcon Prime said, we still sell AEW figures from 3 years ago in Florida. Yeah, well, actually, the Entertainer at the Rhodes have got a few season 2s, and not long ago I saw some season 1s. So, yeah, like they seem to have hit the shops and then just stayed there. So, I don't know, man. If you do see some season 1s, they might be worth picking up. Any of these AEW figures, if they are stopping. Shayna, Zoe, look at Byron, eh? Byron in a bright purple suit. Little bit of facial hair. Little bit of facial hair here. Byron in his purple suit. What does he look like? Who wore a purple suit? Purple suit, if I Google it. Are there any the Joker did. The Joker wore a purple. Byron's channeling his inner Joker. Let's go. Right, we are at commercial break. Banging first match. It was a bangarang. Bangarang. Barney. Oh, yes. Barney, he wore a purple suit. But his fur. I like Zoe. She takes her falls good, says Intoxicated Drums. Brony said, I don't understand why they've paired Zoe with Shayna. I'm just not feeling it. Well, I think it is Nia, Shayna coming up after the break. James said there is way too much niceness, so Days, go F yourself. Thank you, James. You do also very much restore the balance on the streams. Keep it grounded, which I really appreciate. We don't want to get too mushy, do we? Ugh. So we do need bringing down a peg or two every now and again. And James is definitely here to ensure that that is the case. So, James, shout out to you. Don said, who was in the background during that Shayna interview? Hashtag not Nikki Cross. Oh, well, to be honest, I was doing something, so I didn't see. But we can have a little look, because I'm sure the internet had spotted it. Bum, 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 bum. Was it just a person? Was it Nikki? Might have been Nikki. There's an image, but it's not the sharpest image. I don't know. Maybe you saw more than this. So if you're telling me it's not Nikki, I can believe you. I can believe you. I'll show the image. Da, 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 da. There is someone in the back, and it could be Nikki. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It looks Nikki-ish to me. It looks Nikki-ish to me. Yeah, the face looks Nikki-ish. Guys, do we know of any women that don't have any body or legs? They're literally just shoulders, arms, and a head. Is there a woman like that? If you can think of any female that is just shoulders, an arm, and a head with some hair, then it was her. Because this woman doesn't appear to have any body. I'm thinking Nikki. I'm thinking it's Nikki. Is it Ava? Well, I've got a clip here. It's not very high definition. I think it's Nikki. She's been in the background, so it makes sense. And the face looks like her. Right, great open to Raw. Really enjoyed it. We are back from commercial break. Oh, yeah. Is that tonight? That's tonight, isn't it? Seth and Jay. God, have they even mentioned this yet? It is Seth Jay, in it. Jay's taking on Seth for the championship. Man, this just doesn't feel like a big deal. It doesn't feel like a big deal at all. So, SummerSlam is where Jimmy turned on Jay. It hurt me more than you could ever know. Deuces, ooses. I said to myself I was done. Until I got a call from Cody. He told me that I can't quit. This is really interesting, actually. It's like, if you haven't been watching, this is a good recap of where we've been and what the story has been. It's a good recap. It's nice to hear from Jay, like him saying, I was done, I was out, I was walking away. And then I got this call from Cody, and just nice to have the story summarized sometimes, isn't it? That's the main event tonight, and I totally forgot, said Rivy. They've promoted Jay Seth at the start, said Alex. It's 14 years since Jay signed with WWE, and the same day Umaga died. Really? He signed on the same day Umaga died. What is your favorite pay-per-view this year? WrestleMania. It was just me. WrestleMania Night 1. That was probably my favorite. It could be Jay's night, 14 years since Umaga passed, said Bembo. K-Dub said, I'm liking this video package. Zoom said, WWE does the best stories. Survivor Series was the best pay-per-view, says Rivy. This is a dub video package. It is. They are so good at this. So good. He doesn't stand a flipping chance, but they are so good at it. Can he do it? Let's go. Poll. Who wins? No. Who leaves as champion? Oof. Drew. Unloading on Sami backstage. I'm nothing like you. You brought this on yourself. I am nothing like you. Oh my God, that looked brutal. And he just stomped on Sami's leg. Sounded like something broke. Oh, that was good, wasn't it? What? Oh, that was good. Oh, what does that mean? Is he going to be out for a little bit? Oh, he can keep Kevin company. He's injured. That'll be nice. Drew just stomped the hell out of Sami's knee. He did, man, and you could hear it like... Daniel said, I heard it. It's moody, weren't it? Moody. Sami is going on vacation until the Rumble. He deserves it. Psychopath Drew is back, said James. Elshawn said, my heart wants Jade to win, but my mind said Seth will retain. Tyler said, Drew is done dirty in WWE. He is easily one of the best. And why is he not a champ? Well, he's been a champ. And in all fairness, the fact that he's not winning that championship is what is driving this frustration. So him not being champion, you could argue, has helped him get where he is now. So I think that they've got something quite interesting there. I mean, that was a great... Sometimes you see these beatdowns backstage and they're just a bit... But that leg shot was amazing. That, like, stomp on the leg. And you could hear it. I don't know how they did that. I don't know what it was, how they managed to get the sound, but it sounded brutal. I think Drew will try to cost Jay, and he will end up helping Jay win the title. Maybe that injury was real, and now they had to improvise and put Sami out for a bit, says Bembo. Chris said, failed cash-in incoming. Stu said, Drew should be booked as a monster heel. Q the Light Knight said, that champion needs to hurry up and beat my champion. Jolson said, Days, did they announce TLC or don't they do that now? Have they teased it or are they focused on the Rumble? No, we didn't do TLC last year and I'm not expecting one this year. One hasn't been announced. So, I mean, they would have to have announced it by now because people would have to have bought tickets. So, it ain't happening. So, there isn't anything till Rumble. So, and we didn't have one last year either. Or I don't think we had one the year before. It's been a few years since we had TLC, which was traditionally the December pay-per-view. But last year we didn't have one. The year before that, we didn't have it. We had day one instead. So TLC became day one and it moved to January 1st. And that was deemed such a success, we've never done it again. So, yeah, now it just seems like we go straight from Survivor Series to the Rumble. Right, that was so brutal, so horrific that we're seeing a replay! Yay! I'm nothing like you! I want to see how he creates that sound. You brought this on yourself. Here we go. Here we go. He walks off. There's a thud. And I can't quite tell how he did it. I don't know if he just smacked his leg on the ground to create a thud. Here's Jay. It's going to be all right. It's not, mate. Jay said, it's going to be all right, dog. It's going to be all right. It's not, Jay. It's not. Wade said, I don't want to see that happening to Sami, but maybe now he'll watch his mouth a little. Here's Barney. Here's the man, Becky. Oh, here's Nia. She called him Barney. Yay! Nia watches the stream. Nia watches Mitchell. She tunes in just to see what Mitchell's going to comment in the chat. I'll take it from here, Barney. Hi, Nia. You doing good? Becky said, I still owe you a receipt. Once I'm done squashing Shayna, I'm all yours. I still don't know her music. Is that her music? It was like this boom, boom. The start's better, but then it goes into some stupid pop song. Right, here's Nia. I keep saying it's better, but it's still not right. Nia Jax. Nia Jax making her way down with her boobs. Ah, Barney, Barney, Barney. Tinky Winky Teletub said, not Jabe. It works. It works. Imagine if he had the screen on his stomach, and then when we was going to go back to the arena, we zoomed into there. And then the picture appeared on his stomach. Time for Byron, bye-bye. Time for Byron, bye-bye. James said, that's what people get when you pee off us Brits. Yeah. I'm gonna mess you up. I mean, not all of us. If you was to do that to me, I'd just be sarcastic at you. But yeah, take that. Take that, Canada. Do you know, I never look at Drew that way. I don't know why. I don't know why. I never look at him as like flying the flag for Britain. I think he flies the flag for Scotland. One thing you can say about Drew, is very Scottish. He's very Scottish. So I think he flies the flag for Scotland. I don't think he flies the flag so much for Britain. This is why I love the British Bulldog. He was all about that Union flag. British was in the name. God bless that man. Nia collides into Shayna. Trini said, I would argue that both Mitchell, they're being booked according to their personas. Jay was the favorite. So he doesn't have anything to prove. Jay leaving him has made him unsure of who he is. Oh, Trini, you've got so deep. You've got so deep. Do you remember before when you was like talking about cheating and everything? And now like you're just like really like getting in there, really digging in. Love it. Nia working to get Shayna off her arm. Sit down, power bomb. Shayna, that's the kind of thing we saw at the weekend in UFC. We saw loads of people holding on to the happened twice, where people had arm bars on and the opponents like picked them up and slammed them on their heads. Ended up winning the match. Just got another one here. Although Nia slammed Shayna on her back, silly Billy. If she'd watched UFC, she should know. Slam him on the side of the head. Nia picking up Shayna. She's got her up on her shoulders, but Shayna battles the way down, drives Nia into the ring post. Shayna getting back into the ring. Shayna getting back out again. Nia on the outside. Shayna, big boots. My hole. Saw a thing on that. Apparently, she said that she didn't know that the audio was going to get picked up. Oof. Oh, that was good. That was really good. So you know how Shayna jumps down on the arm? Well, actually, Nia was quickly able to move it out the way and took Shayna's legs away from under her. But yeah, my whole thing. Leg drop back of the head by Nia. That's good. Apparently, she said she only did it to pop people at the back. She only did it because she thought the people in Gorilla could hear her. And she said when she walked through the curtain, people coming up to going, why did you say that? Why did you say that? And like she looked online and everyone had heard it. And it was not intentional. She only wanted to pop those that she thought could hear it in Gorilla. And it turns out the whole world heard her go, my hole! Which I just think is such a great story. She only wanted to make like Vince and Triple H laugh. And in the instead, the whole world heard her shout out, my hole! Goated. Those were the, do you remember them days? Those innocent days? Eh? My hole. I feel like Nia looks like she's lost some weight. She's looking really good, said Jennifer. Mitchell said, who's been booked better, Jay or Jimmy? Gotta say Jay. I mean, Jimmy was out of the bloodline and then went back in, and we haven't really explored that any further. You know, at least Jay has kind of got a story where people are struggling to trust him, and you know his facial expression was all over the internet when Randy was announced as the mystery person. You know, so as like being on that Survivor Series team. Whereas I don't know, when was the last time that Jimmy did anything that people really paid attention to? So I definitely think Jay's being booked better. Jimmy is downright dull, said Big Time. Nella voted out of I'm a Celeb in time for Royal Rumble season. Coincidence, says Trina. Drew versus Logan is what must be done. Drew for the win soon, or LA Knight has to instead. Drew versus Logan? No. That would be heel against heel. And I think you would want, and they're on different brands. So LA Knight would be the play, I think. LA Knight's on SmackDown and is a monster babyface. So LA Knight, I think, would be the pick. When Days I am hearing Jay can no longer use the word yeets. Yeets. That's a shame. That's something that's been very popular. You say that's wrestle votes. I love that. I love that. Don has done. Don is a legend. Don is a legend. I'm giving Don a round of applause. Do you know why? Because we had a conversation the other day where we said, if you're going to bring news to the chat, it would be really appreciated if you could put down where you saw it, because it makes it easier to go to it, to read it, because chances are you can't put the full report in. You can only put down the headline. So it'd be good to get more context. So if you put where you saw it, that helps everyone, not just me, but everyone else in the community, because they can then go off and find it for themselves. So that's exactly what Don's done there. He said, Days, I'm hearing Jay can no longer use the word yeet, brackets, wrestle votes. Don, you're a legend. I really appreciate that, because do you know what? I just thought, oh, I'll have a read of that. And I just went to wrestle votes without even thinking that you had done, you know, what had been requested. I just think it's going to be better for everyone, not just me, but better for everyone. Everyone can go and check it out for themselves now and get the context and read the full thing. So Don's a legend. Don is a legend. Right, well, we've got it here. It dropped 11 minutes ago. As evident on Raw just now, I'm told WWE have found trademark issues with Jey Uso's yeet. The word and merchandising will no longer be associated with Uso going forwards. I mean, it's a shame. It's not something I think is a big problem. I mean, we just watched that video package and loved it. I don't think anyone was like, yeah, it was good, but where was the yeets? There was not enough yeeting. I need more yeets. Like, you know, the yeet thing's fine, but we don't need it. It's fine. So, yeah, it was a great video package, and I think it's a little bit of a shame, but not a big problem. Maybe he could have teat instead. I'm going to tweet that out, and I'm going to put a winking emoji. Is there such thing as a winking emoji? Yep. Is there a boob emoji? Imagine if there was a boob emoji. That'd be the best. Teat. It's better. I bet there's no trademark on that. Also, so Don... Legend, shout out to you. Russellvote said, we've heard over the past few weeks of tremendous support for the team of Grayson. Oh, yeah, I did hear this earlier. For the team of Grayson Waller and Austin Theory. Source in Creative has said it was meant to be a short-term pairing, but those plans have changed. The expectation is that the brash young team might benefit from the mutual partnership in the long run. Expect the duo to play a strong role in programming through Mania. Let's go. Right. We are still underway. We are back with this match. These two battling away, digging deep. Crowd a little quiet for this one. Melanie said Nigel Farage is going to win the Rumble and he will dethrone Roman at WrestleMania for the Union. God bless. I haven't been watching I'm a Celebrity. I know it's a big deal. I don't, it's just not on my radar. But has it been good? Is it good? Is it worth watching? I feel like if you've seen one I'm a Celebrity, you've seen them all. So I've watched it in the past, but just seems to be very similar. What else can you do, really, with trials and everything, you know? So, yeah, it's not one that I really engage with too much, to be honest. So I can't really add to the conversation. But I don't know who the favourite is. And I don't really know who's even in it. But I know Nigel Farage is in it. Kick there by Nia. Imagine if we got a wrestler in it. That would be good. What wrestler could go in it, though? It's not. We need, like, a famous British wrestler that could go into I'm a Celebrity. Man, the British Bulldog, if he was still alive, that would be sick. Imagine if the Bulldog went into I'm a Celebrity. That would introduce wrestling again to a whole new generation of people. That's prime time TV, that is. I don't know if you have it in America, but it's where a load of celebrities go to the jungle and they have to survive. And they do trials and they get voted off. I suppose it's a bit Survivor-ish. Kirikou clutch being applied by Shayna. She's round the back of Nia. I tell you what, Nia's had a difficult job here, isn't she? This has been a hard day at the office for Nia. She's got Shayna on her back. She's down at the moment. Shayna is, look at that. That's a bad position for Nia. She's face down. She's got Shayna on her back. This Kirikou clutch is applied. Nia trying to power her way back up to her feet, and she does, and splashes Shayna down. Tell you what, we're really presenting this. It might not be a match that people are, like, really engaged with. They might not really care for either, but you feel like you're watching a battle. Battle. Mario Kart. Here we go. We got Nia. Oh! Bonsai! I forget what she calls it. The tsunami or something. Well, there we go. She just crushed Shayna Baszler. I don't think she shouts anything, does she? No. Right, so Nia picks up the win, and here comes the man. Becky making her way down. Yeah. These two have faced before. I mean, I remember Becky Nia. Obviously, Nia broke Becky's nose years ago. Years and years and years ago. Nia gets out the ring. The man is in the ring. I don't mind Becky against Nia. Oh. CM Punk return again. There we go. We're going back to Survivor Series 9 days ago. Eric said, Jay can't say yeet anymore due to trademark issues. Intoxicated said, member hit for real. Jax ain't that good in her acting, but she's coming along. Bembo said, Drew would be good for I'm a Celeb. We could see him sing every day. Oh my God, we don't need that. Alan said, imagine Paige, Sasha, Naomi, then Jade as a faction, all coming back. Paige, Sasha, Naomi, Jades. It'd be a very strong faction, wouldn't it? It'd be nice to have Sasha and Naomi come back together. I haven't really thought about that. They walked out together. It'd be nice to get them back together. Big Time said, days 1 month left until Raw no longer faces NFL. Obviously, it's been tough. It's taken a hit. And the last 2 weeks, the show has washed away that repetitive stigma. But can they regain people's trust? Yeah, once you're on the road to WrestleMania, absolutely. You know, once you are booking some, you know, big feuds and you've got some tasty stuff built into WrestleMania, absolutely. We go through this cycle every year. Dip during the football, come back during WrestleMania season, gradually kind of going down from that, holding at a certain level, dipping during the football, coming out of the football. It's like rinse and repeat all the time. Did you hear Mark Henry's comments on Punk on WWE Return? I didn't. No, I didn't. Are they goods? I'd imagine they're goods. I'd imagine they're... Mark Henry doesn't strike me as someone that's going to throw shade at WWE unnecessarily. Mark Henry is someone that I would actually listen to. He's someone that I think would speak his truth. I can't say the truth because everyone's got their own, you know, perception. But I think he would speak his truth. I think he would be... I don't think he would, like, fly the AEW flag just for the sake of it. So, what did he say? Jenny said, how would you feel about a Wade Barrett Rumble cameo? I would love it. He could come out with his crown and say he's got some bad news. Plus a Nexus armband. I'd probably just do the bad news thing. I probably wouldn't, like, get... I mean, you could chuck in all his gimmicks. But I think the bad news one was the one that was the most popular. Right, we're backstage with Johnny. Oh, mocking Imperium. Imperium. Indy, Johnny, Tommaso, Candice. It's going to be embarrassing when you lose 2 times tonight. Okay. Gio. Tonight is really important. You better not mess this up. I've got it. I hope you do too. There is dissension with Imperium. DIY against Imperium. 2 out of 3 falls match. So here is Tommaso Ciampa and Johnny Gargano. So, Ciampa and Gargano. I don't quite know where they are, to be honest, on the roster. I don't quite know if they're, like, really, really establishing themselves. The more we see them, the more established they're going to become. But, are they really connecting? It's hard to know. I feel like they will get somewhere. I mean, they have to. They were so good in NXT. Two out of 3 falls against Imperium, and this should be a really great match. Should be a long match as well. Right. Days off his game. Oh, it's true. Ciampa versus Gargano. I just wrote the match I want to see. Sorry I'm late. I had to work late, but I am here, said Big Burn. Big Burn, shout out to you. Well, you've come at a good time because we've literally just gone to commercial break. And it is going to be... I suppose I don't need to even write that, do I? Just need to do that. Imperium. So, 2 out of 3 falls match. So far, we've had a great Drew Sami match. I think Nia Shayna wasn't as good, but I liked how competitive it was. Like, one thing we're doing with Raw right now is we're really trying to dig into the matches. We are trying to improve the match quality. That's very clear. Very clear. These matches are... We're trying to make the matches worth watching. So, yeah, I think that from a wrestling point of view, the the first match in particular was really, really good. I thought the promo at the start didn't outstay its welcome. I thought it did what it needed to do. I think we've had some good little backstage segments. I think it was Big Time last week, though, said that it can feel a little dry. A lot of people tune in because they want to be entertained. And to be honest, some people don't tune in for the wrestling. They don't get entertainment from the actual contest. I suppose the problem is that for the longest time, WWE has not put its focus into its matches. So a lot of people are conditioned to not really find great matches that appealing, or they don't get as much from it as some people. So, you know, you do need some of that kind of promo time, and you know, you need that mixture, which I think is fair. I don't think no shade, but I don't know, I could see that being a criticism again this week of people saying, you know, the matches are too long, we're not getting enough story or whatever. But I don't know, I mean, look at what happened with Sami backstage. That was a big moment. That looked good. The promo at the start of the show was good as well. Hard, isn't it? Difficult. I think WWE are doing... It's hard to criticize because I think they're doing some really good stuff. But everyone's going to have a slightly different opinion as to what they want from WWE. Some people are going to want better matches and less silliness. Whereas some people... I don't know that they want the silliness, but they do want a degree of non-wrestling entertainment. That's important. The non-wrestling entertainment. But as I said last time, I can't sit here and criticize them for turning down the silliness, because that was always something we criticized at the time. We were like, I just wish they weren't doing as much of the silly comedy. So I can't say I miss that. But I do get the argument of balance in it, you know? Maybe the Nia Shayna match could have been shorter and we could have done a talk show segment to take us from hour one. Imagine if WWE had like an RJ City and he was doing like a live talk show segment, and that was going to take us from hour one into hour two, and he had a big guest. And then maybe this DIY match was just, you know, 10 minutes later. Don't know. Interesting. What do you want? What do you people want? You're going to need to take out a second mortgage for tickets for WWE Premium live events next year, said Zoom Station. William said, I would love to be able to reach out and honk your boob just once, Trini. Feel like that's sexual assault. It's verbal sexual assault. And it will not be tolerated. It will not be tolerated. Unless Trini says it's fine. If Trini says it's fine, then yeah, it's fine. But right now, I'm appalled on Trini's behalf. Trini said, I'm cheating on my husband with Sonny. Read James's message. James said, Days, I tweeted you something. Oh, God, look at this. It's like White Rabbit. It's like White Rabbit. Trini says, read James's message. I read James's message. He's sending me to Twitter. Then it's going to be a map of a giant bunny in Italy being thrown all over the place. What if Roman reveals that he owns the trademark to Yeet, and the only way Jay can get it back is to return to the bloodline? Please don't let that be the story. That's one of the stupidest things I've ever heard. If So Jey Uso loves the word yeet so much, he's got no choice but to return to his abusive cousin. Guys, my hands are tied. What am I meant? I can't carry on without the word yeet. What am I meant to do? What am I meant to do? I can't carry on without the word yeet. It's my whole identity. I've got to go back to Roman. I've got to. But he abuses you. He's awful to you. You had a massive falling out. My hands are tied. What am I meant to do? I can't carry on without the word yeet. Man, that would be awful. That would be awful. No, not for me. I like the idea of Roman having the word yeet. I liked that part because he's taking something away from Jay. Like, you wanna go off on your own, do you? You wanna make it on your own. I'm always want that one step ahead. Yeah, that's brilliant. That is brilliant. But I think they ruined it by adding the and if he wants it back, he's got to come back to the bloodline. That bit is too far. But I love the first bit, which is that Roman is the reason that he can't use it anymore because Roman has copyrighted it. That they should use that in storyline. In storyline, they should use it. Roman always that one step ahead. Always that one step ahead. But not come back to the bloodline. You can have yeet again. Because if I'm Jay, I'm like, it was a word. It was a word. The crowd enjoyed it, and we had a bit of fun with it. I ain't coming back to the bloodline, you psychopath. Just so I can use the word yeet. You mental. You abused me. So, James, thank you for that. Right. Imperium in control. I thought that Roman didn't like that word, said Lone Star Friends. Yeah, but I like the idea. I agree with the idea of him taking it away from Jay. You know, oh, you want to make it on your own? Well, I'm going to make it as hard for you as I can. I'm going to take this away. This is getting popular. I'm taking it away. Love that. Brilliant. But not as a way to get him to go back to the bloodline. Portington, hello. Hello, Mr. Portington. Portington says, Days, how are we on this fine evening? Portington, we're doing very well, thank you. We are 1 hour 15. We are 75 minutes into thy second hour. And very close to half-time scorage. So, yes, we're doing very well, thank you, Portington. How are things in the Riviera? I hope the old girl is well. Johnny charging over. Mitchell said, Mr. Portington sounds like the butler of a superhero. Portington, get the Batmobile. Tag, in comes Tommaso Ciampa. Ciampa in one corner, Johnny in the other. Ciampa goes for a kick. 1, 2. Oh, Imperium. Roll up and get the first fall. So, first fall for Imperium. Tommaso was rolled up. Well, boom. Johnny's not waiting around. He comes cannonballing into Gio. Oh. Ciampa on the thing. Johnny jumps up. And they're pleased with how he had to call him over there. Johnny looked a bit confused. Johnny was like, what are we doing? It's like, you know, the thing. The thing. The pat on the back thing. You know that. Get over here. We're going to commercial break. We're running out of time. Kojiko. Hello, Kojiko. How you doing? How you doing, Kojiko? Kojiko said, you can't sip on my ticklish pickle, you little fickle. Oh, thank you. Kojiko, you can't sip on my ticklish pickle, you little fickle. I still don't get it. It's shorter, though. At least I understand all the words. So that's a step in the right direction. So, Coach Co, I hope you are well. James said there's just not enough cocaine in this world to understand Coach Co. Maybe that's it. Perhaps if we were all on acids, we were just like, whoa, man. We'd be like, actually, do you know, he makes so much sense. So much sense. I think I'd finally get him. I think I'd finally understand. Alan said, have you ever thought about doing halftime scores and then combining the second half and going with that percentage? Hang on. I feel like, isn't there a meme where there's like a guy looking in the distance and there's all these numbers flying at him? I feel like that right now. Have you ever thought, well, first of all, no, because you're making me think it now. Have you ever thought about doing halftime scores and then combining the second half and going with that as percentage? But the thing is, we don't ever get an average for the halftime scores. So, I mean, I'll tell you what I have thought about, which is probably the direction that I would like to get to at some point next year. And that is to get a website where you can actually vote for more options. They do this on the United stands. I mean, I don't watch that channel, but I'm aware of that channel. And they're a good channel, and they're like a Man United fan channel. And long before I did football days, I had seen some of their streams, and they're great. I mean, they're really professional. They've got really great graphics. They've got their own website which they use, and they bring the data onto the stream. They're you know, they're S tier. We're like F tier. They're S tier, right? But one thing they did, and I believe they probably still do, is they get people to vote on each of the players and how they've played, and then it works out an average, and then they can show, right, here's what you voted for the goalkeeper. Boom, here's the number. This is the average of everyone that voted. Here's what you thought of the striker. Boom, here's his number, right? Why can't you do that for Raw? So you do... you vote, you put your number into the website, it then takes the average, and it's here's what you thought of Raw. Boom, there's the number. No working it out, or the website does it. And you would have more options to actually, so you know, like, I can only give you so many options because YouTube only allows 4 or 5 options. That's it in a poll. You can't have any more than that. But on a standalone website, you'd be able to have everything. You could, I mean, you could literally put in 6.49766762 or whatever. Once it's got all that data, it should be able to work it all out. So I would love to get to the point where but that's, I mean, you can imagine what kind of a size project that is. But I'd love to get to the point where we could have that. And we could, like, people could go there, vote on that website, and then we can pull that onto the stream, and we can look at the average. So we could be doing that for halftime scores. We could be doing that for full-time scores. We could do all stuff. Match of the night, moment of the night. So much stuff we could do with that. The world is our oyster. But unfortunately, that is like the long-term vision. That's definitely something I'd like to get to. But that's going to take work, and more work than we can do this side of WrestleMania. That's a post-WrestleMania task, definitely. Post-WrestleMania, so don't be expecting that anytime soon. Good result there. A pin for Johnny Gargano. This makes it 1-1. So we're level, unsurprisingly. And next 4 wins this one. So, in regard, I think because that's in my mind, and because that's something I'd like to get to, I think it means that I'm probably not trying to bring in any other measuring systems at this point, just because anything that we bring in is going to feel temporary if I can get the website idea up and running. So, yeah, that is on my agenda. It's on my to-do list. Any idea why Loomis hasn't been put with DIY, said Liam. Don't know where Loomis is. No. Don't know where he is. I mean, if he was available, I can only think he's just not available at the moment. Don't know if there's an injury or something, but I feel like he should be getting used. And he's very much with DIY. It's not like we're even seeing him elsewhere, is it? He's just not around at all. So I don't know if there's an injury or there's you know, something that's going on we're not aware of. I mean, it could be that he's there and he's in catering. They just don't have a story for him. So you could show him on TV and backstage segments, but they're thinking, why, if we haven't got anything for him? If we can't capitalize him and use him, then what's the point? Right, we are underway. This third fall is going to be the exciting fall. So this match has been okay, but now we've got a chance to really dig in. That dude, by the way, he is no longer wearing that fake beard. God bless him. Johnny, oh, flips over Giovanni. Oh, big forearm strike by Johnny. Duck underneath, against the ropes. On the shoulders. Whoa, Death Valley Driver. Boom. That was great by Ludwig. That was great. He caught Johnny, went straight into a DVD. Moonsault by Giovanni and a save by Tommaso. Mitchell said, Portington copyright yeet Roman. What, you think Portington has copyrighted it? No. I think yeet is a far too common phrase for Portington. He wouldn't touch that with a barge pole. He wouldn't even give you a thank you if you gave him the copyright to yeet. He lives in a reading room, sipping single malts. Do you think he's going to be bothered about having a trademark for yeet? No. Kick coming in there by Johnny. Inzguri kick by Johnny. Clothesline there by Ludwig. Big boot by Giovanni. Giovanni into a DDT there by Johnny. All four men down at the moment. Big Time said, I will say that my gripe with Raw under Triple H, with Vince, he did deviate away so much from the wrestling. It would be quick matches and lots talking away from the ring. That balance has definitely changed. And I think everyone's going to have a different opinion as to whether it's gone too far or maybe not even far enough. There might be those out there that want even more wrestling and less talking, but I agree. I think that I think there is a place for non-wrestling segments. And, you know, we've gone nearly half the show with basically 3 matches in a row. Should it be match promo? Oh! Plants down Ludwig, tags in Johnny. Johnny gets in the ring. Here we go, back in the corner. Again, they can't hit it as Giovanni pulls Tommaso out the ring. Tommaso hurls Giovanni into the ring steps, roll up by Kaiser. That's how he got the first fall, but he doesn't get it this time. Big strike there by Tommaso. Super kick by Johnny. Big boot by Tommaso. He goes down. They're going for it again. Surely they get it this time. Boom. 1, 2, 3. And it's a win for DIY. And the crowd enjoyed the action. The crowd on their feet applauding. Not all of them, but a good chunk of them. Let's go. So a win for DIY. If they keep doing that, they will get somewhere, definitely. I think they're getting somewhere anyway, but it's a loss. You're going to have to explain that to Gunther, not me. That's what Giovanni just said to Ludwig. You're going to have to explain that to Gunther, not me. the blame game starts. There's a sign in the crowd that says, Daddy's back. Okay, we're backstage with Tegan and Natalya. Here's Chelsea and Piper. Little birdie told us you two have got a match. This is not your meal ticket. After we win our match tonight, we're coming for those championships. Okay. Tonight, Seth, Jay. We saw the Jay package earlier. Are we going to get one on Seth? Be nice. I'd like that. I'd appreciate that. No. Are we going to get one on Seth now? No. Oh. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Thanks. Hank said, Days, how come the Profits don't change their name into the Hurt Profits instead of Street with new attires, new themes? They've been wearing the same thing. Should they change? They should change. They should change. I'm desperate for them to change. I'm glad we got rid of the cups. Did we get rid of the Titantron? We might have. Can't remember. Did we get rid of the music? I feel like we're in the process of it changing. And it's really slow. It's really slow. I feel like by the time we get there, it'll be like WrestleMania 50. By the time we get to them actually changing what needs to be changed. I mean, as soon as Bobby came on the scene, he should have just put them in suits. Their ring gear is trash. I don't know how they can't see that. I think it might be a little bit tricky because I think Bianca makes it. And I think Bianca's got a certain style. And I just don't think that style works for the Street Profits now. I don't know that it ever really worked for them, to be honest, but it don't work for them now. They need some crisp, not sparkly, right? Not lovely patterns, whatever. Not bright, not pink being put with purple, right? They need something like black, sharp. You know, they wear suits out the ring. They look sharp in the ring. It looks classy. You know, that whole group, the word that should sum them up should be class, style. You know, that's what they... Bobby looks great in his suits. Street Profits look great in their suits. Then they go in with, like, this weird ring gear. Like, no. So, yeah, we need to rip it all up. You know, they're not the Street Profits anymore. They don't represent that anymore. What about this group says Street Profits? So... yeah, I would definitely change that group's... That group needs a name. The group hasn't got a name. You can call them the Hurt Profits. You can call them whatever you want, right? I'm not too worried about what the name is, but I would move away from something like Street Profits. I think Street Business... do you know what? I might go the other way. I think Business. Business is what they're about. The suits, style... dealing with business, businessmen. I think business is the word that I would look to use. So rather than going Hurt Profits, I might be more inclined to go Street Business. I don't know. I'm not too worried about the name. I feel like you can play around with that and go, you come up with something. But yeah, they definitely need sharper ring gear. Definitely need... a different entrance theme if they haven't got it already. Definitely need a different Titantron. Then we need to change a lot. We need to get B-Fab in. We need to get them winning. And to be honest, I think part of the problem is we don't have a story for them. That's been the problem, really, is we've got this group, which people are excited about, but we ain't got nothing for them to do. We haven't found a story for them. We haven't found a creative story for them. If we had something for them to do, maybe we would be making some more progress than what we've been making. Right, we are at halftime, so... halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores.
It's long, isn't it?
Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this.
I look so young there. Such hope in my eyes. Right, Victoria said 9. Big Time said 7. Carter Time said 7.75. Roddy said 6.66. Cosmic Super... There we go. So I went to a different router and that's fixed it. Just a little bit of lag. Laggity lag. Trey said 6. Ray said 8. Trini said 7. Dave said 6. Darren, shout out to you. A. Jobson said, wonderful show, but where's Punk? 6.75 is on SmackDown. We've got New Day and Creed's backstage. Shush. Here's Alpha Academy. If you want to take your training up, stop on by with us. Okay, Tozawa. Oh, Maxine picks up Tozawa. Let's go. I didn't know where we were going with this. Yeah, let's go, Maxine. Squats with Tozawa on a... Yeah. Oh, yeah. R-Truth. Yeah. So R-Truth's got a TV. So he's acting like he's in the Judgment Day. JD's saying you're not in the Judgment. I'll get out the clubhouse, but we've got to tighten up on security, says R-Truth. Brilliant. We do need to lock the doors around here, though, says Damien. Damien's like, we do need to lock the doors. Oh, love these girls! Yeah! Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. Come on, Kayden. Do the dance, do the dance, do the dance, do the dance. Do, 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 do. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, ba, da, ba, 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 da. Ba, 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 da. Nox and Natalya. Da, 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 da. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. Let's go. I love these girls. I hope they beat Nox and Natalya, but they're probably not going to. No Punk tonight. No. Look in my eyes. What do you see? No Punk on my TV. He's on Friday, isn't he? Bembo said, Days R-Truth with Judgment Day feels a lot like Sami trying to get into the bloodline. They could do a little play on that. That would be really fun. If they kind of played like R-Truth doing exactly what Sami did. And he had like an honorary, and he tried to get over the word juicy or something. And he had like honorary Judgment Day shirt. We could have some fun with that. And everyone liked him apart from one member of the Judgment Day. Yeah, that'd be good. Mitchell said, I think it's about 6.5 to 7. I'm enjoying the wrestling. What's your score? Yeah, probably about the same. It might be about the same. I feel like a 6, 7, 5, 7's fair. I think it's a good show. I'm not bored. I'm quite happy. Has there been anything like really out the ordinary though? Has there been anything to lift this show up to like a level that's gonna mean we're gonna talk about this show at the end of the year? No, it's just good wrestling. Some good wrestling. I really like the Sami Drew match. I mean, that set a good bar for best match of the week. Set a good bar for that, and the show's flying. It's just solid, isn't it? It might not be spectacular, but it's solid. And it's got a few little things going on. And we still haven't seen Cody. I'm sure he'll be on the show. Ronnie said, Days Friday sucks for me. I work in downtown Providence. I want to attend the show, but I have to work and miss the best in the world. Well, as long as you can avoid spoilers, and I don't know what's going to happen, to be honest. I mean, Friday is going to be a big thing, but the wrestling world continues. You know, this Friday will be big, but it'll be big the next time CM Punk's on, and it'll be big when he has his first match back in WWE. Like, there's many things that are coming up. So if you do end up missing this weekend, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You can catch up with it, and there'll be many magical moments for you to enjoy. Sometimes life gets in the way. I know. I've been through that myself. Where all the Longhorns at? So Undertaker, Michelle McCool, Jade Cargill, Sheamus, and Drew all went along to this event. Texas football, Big 12 champs, hook 'em. Hashtag hook 'em. And it's so weird. Don't you think it's strange in 2023? If I was to say to you in 1990 or 1992, one day Undertaker will send a message out saying congrats, and it will be something to do about football. You'd be like, huh? Undertaker. Yeah, Undertaker. And it will come from the official Undertaker account as well. Congrats at Texas football. Here's Tegan and Natalya. There's a few people upset with Undertaker because he's spilling all the inside gossip, isn't he? He's got his new podcast. There's people like upset that he's revealing too much now. I don't know. I think that cat's out of the bag, innit? I think it's part of wrestling in a way. I mean, I can't wait to find out all the stories about all this past few years. You know, like the pandemic and what it was like during that backstage, and the communication, how different it was, and Bray coming back, and some of the chatter and some of the falling outs that we might not have heard about. Like, some of these wrestlers will leave WWE and they'll have a podcast in the future, and that is going to be fascinating listening. Imagine a Natalya podcast. Imagine all the stories Natalya must have. Imagine all the people she's competed against throughout her WWE run. Okay, we are underway with Tegan starting us off against Kayden. Talia is in. What's going on with NXT? I've sensed the dip in quality. Ever since they announced the new TV deal, Becky drops the title. They've got their numbers, and now it's developmental again, said Big Time. Yeah, well, I don't think it's unfair to suggest that they were trying to boost the numbers to show what could be possible to potential suitors. So now that they've secured that deal, they probably don't feel as worried about having to, like, hotshot the numbers and try and inflate those numbers. So it could be that. It might not be a mystery. It might be that they did it so they could get a good deal. They got a deal. I don't know how good it's regarded as, but I think it's a decent deal. And job done. That's it. Go back to it being the developmental show and brand that it is. 1, 2, and shoulder up there by Natalya. Kayden and Natalya in the ring right now. We got 1 hour, 15 minutes to go. Stand and Fight said, can someone help me understand why people like Tegan Nox? I am not her biggest fan. I wouldn't say a hater. I think she just is a very unfortunate person that genuinely loves wrestling. She was Nixon Newell in the UK, and she worked a lot of shows. And she was very popular because she was good, and she loved wrestling. And you would see her, I think, on like that What Culture Pro Wrestling type channel, or that promotion. And she was doing a lot of like indie shows, and you know, she was someone that in a different world could easily have been a big force in NXT UK. But timeline wise, she ended up kind of going to WWE, and then of course she had those 2 massive injuries, did both of her knees, and was out for a year for each of those. And so I think there's like sympathy for her. I think she's someone that has battled through adversity. You know, she had both of her knees injured, came back. She got cut, came back. She's like the little engine that just keeps going. And I think there's a lot of respect for that. And she can wrestle. She's not a bad wrestler. But, I don't know, because of the injuries, because of her being cut, because of her being in NXT and now being on the main roster, because of her not being used and being in catering, she just hasn't had that run. She hasn't had that time to really establish herself. She's done a few things. A little feud she had with Dakota is probably the biggest thing she's done. And her match with Becky recently. But, I don't know. I don't know that people are massively into Tegan. I think that if they are, it's probably goodwill. It's probably because of what she's been through. And, oh, look at that powerbomb down by Natalya. 1, 2, shoulder up. And I think that's it. She was someone that when she was Nixon Newell, you looked at her and you was like, oh, she'd be good in WWE. And then they signed her, and there was a lot of optimism. And then, as we said, you know, it's just been constant interruption. She just needs a run. She needs a run. She needs to just, like, have some banging matches in a row and really get on TV a lot and get into some stories. And she needs to get up and running. I just don't think she's ever really had that. So they've put her with Natalya, and I think they are looking to invest in her. I mean, I think there's a chance that Natalya and Tegan win this, but I would like it to be Kayden and Katana. Oh, I've seen that move before, and it's a great move. So, Katana. Oh, did they just get the win with it? Yeah, I was wrong. They went with Kayden and Katana. Let's go. Chelsea, I'm really pleased. I didn't think they were going to go that way. I'll tell you why. Because we saw Tegan and Natalya backstage. So it sort of felt like they were planting seeds. Perhaps the plan is that we do Tegan and we do Kayden and Katana next. They don't win. And perhaps the seed we planted for Tegan and Natalya is that they will be the ones to get the titles. Perhaps that's the plan. Wasn't expecting that, honestly. I really thought it was going to go the other way. Right, backstage with the smiley Cody Rhodes. He's going to address Shinsuke. Yeah, it might not be good news for Kayden and Katana that they've won that, actually, because it might mean that they now are next. They don't win. And, I mean, clearly they teased Tegan and Natalya and Chelsea and Piper again backstage. So that's got to pay off at some point. Right, commercial break. Do you think the Creeds will beat the Judgment Day? I think they stand a chance, but it's hard to say it's going to be them because the tag division is on fire at the moment. Tag division's in a great place. It could be DIY, couldn't it? Could be a few different teams, so hard to say who it's going to be. But if I was a betting man, I would say not the Creeds, just because they've only just arrived, and I think we need to build them up a bit more. So I would lean towards not the Creeds, but undeniable that they win tag titles, probably multiple times. Great team. James said, I'm really excited for a TLC match between DIY, Judgment Day, and the Creeds. Okay. I mean, I'm not a fan so much of those kind of multi-person weapon type matches, but that the TLC matches with, you know, Edge and Christian and the Hardys and, you know, that they are so iconic that I think it would be good to get a modern version of that. So 3 teams, TLC, WrestleMania. It's going to give you memories of what we had back at WrestleMania 16 and or 2000, WrestleMania 2000 and WrestleMania 17. Yeah, I would be down for that. I'd be down for that. I would be down for that. Perhaps the women could do with one as well. The women could maybe do with that kind of a match. See what they could do, you know? I would rather see Kayden and Katana turn heel, said Harif. My eyes are going to bleed watching them dance every week. Oh, Harif. Their gimmick is like go in the club. Do you know what I mean? Coming out, having a good time. They come out with whatever them things are. I don't even know what they are. Is it fire, smoke, or pyro or something? I don't know what it does. They should definitely come out with t-shirt guns. Firing them into the crowds. The WWE is so tight, they don't even want to give a few t-shirts away. They've done that in NXT as well, come out with those things. And, yeah, the dancing, the good vibes. I love their music as well. The countdown counts down and then it's like... I'd love a load of people in like neon coming out with glow sticks at WrestleMania. There's like a big people jumping up and down partying, maybe people flipping over doing like break dancing, others with glow sticks in the background, and then they all reach down and grab up those like guns, whatever. Man, it'd be cool. So I actually want the opposite. I want more dancing. More dancing. I think they inject. I mean, you've got so many people, as we said earlier, that it's just their names. You know, it's just wrestler comes out and they haven't really got much to them. Sami comes out. He's just very intense. You know, and Kevin Owens is kind of the same. You know, they've got a little, at least they've got a little summit to their characters. At least they've got something they can lean into, which is that clubbing, partying, good vibes. That's what makes them stand out. You know, what's Tegan Nox got? What makes Tegan Nox stand out? Here's Cody. Is he in wrestling gear? I think, is he in wrestling gear? It looks in wrestling gear. Don't think they've announced a Cody match, have they? He's got his boots on. Well, what's this? What's this? On the way, a minute on the way. Not JPEG. Shout out to you, dudes. Trini said, why would you wish someone gets fired? You have to be scum to wish unemployment on anyone, says Trini. Trini, I hope you get fired. I don't. William said, I always wanted Mick Foley to start the Finger Bang Gang. What? The crowd would have been so hilarious. I always have to remember, I need to check William's comments. Whoa! Here's Cody! Let's change the subject. Fred said, now that Triple H has brought back Punk, what other disgruntled superstars could he bring back next? Nails. Who else is disgruntled, actually? Who else is upset with WWE that used to work there? AJ Lee? Demolition? I think they're more upset with Demolition than Demolition are with them, actually, but... I don't know, who's really bitter at... I don't know. Who's really bitter at WWE? I don't think there is anyone that's... No one on Punk's level. Who's really bitter with WWE? Is Ryback bitter? Bring Ryback back. Bring Ryback back. I want my baby back, rib. I want my Ryback back, ribs. Right, Cody's in the ring. Days, Ryback. I want my Ryback back. I want Ryback back. I want Rye back. Great Muta reference. Heard of him. He's went in the Hall of Fame. Why, my fears as a kid were justified. If it's anyone's fault, it's my fault. I should have listened. I should have paid attention. I should have, so he's saying that he didn't put one and one together. Yeah, he declared for the Rumble, didn't he? I'm ready. Shinsuke, you've got my attention. I like his new shirt. It's the logo with ice on it. And it says claim your kingdom with ice on it. It's good, it's good for winter. Winter. Fun winter attire. You could march down here and we could fight right now. Chosen One, shout out to you. Hope you're well, my friends. Good time to jump in, Chosen One, as we're waiting to see if Shinsuke is going to respond. And he doesn't. The coward. Oh, lights out. It's going to be House of Black. Here we go. House of Black on the way. Jessen said your voice was on the CM Punk video package. Jessen Lopez, shout out to you. We've got Shinsuke. Here we go. Last week I made your eyes burn. But tonight, I will open them. I will show you what you're not seeing. The path we've taken is the very same story. Like you, I climbed the mountain. Yeah, he did. He won the Rumble. Went to WrestleMania 34. Cody won the Rumble. Like you, I could see the top. Shinsuke coming down at WrestleMania, taking on AJ Styles. It's good, isn't it? Like you, I slipped and tumbled and I fell into a bottomless pit. Yeah, the problem is Shinsuke fell 6 years ago. This is WrestleMania 34. Shinsuke's been in a bottomless pit for a long time. Cody only failed in, what, March? I mean, they are the same, but there's also a pretty big difference. We suffered the same humiliation. Yeah, but there's also a big difference. A fall from grace with pages left unwritten. Yeah, but you've definitely got more pages, mate. The devil in your mind that whispers. You'll never make it back there. Yeah, but this was in March. But now you've awoken me. Inspired me. And I am here to unburden you. I do love these. I love the noise in the background as well. It's like a horror film. Red light as well. I never got to finish my story. So now I will finish yours. So now I will finish yours. You think our stories are the same? I don't rate you. I don't respect you. It's never been part of my story to run from a fight. Goods. Yeah. I love how they're presenting Shinsuke. Love it. Great. Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes. He's looking around and there's no sign of Shinsuke. Wonder why he was in his wrestling gear. I wonder if he's working the dark match. And he's just ready. Chosen One said the Cody side quest goes hard. We are doing some side missions at the moment, aren't we? That's a good point. It is just having to keep him busy, isn't it, really? We've just got to keep Cody busy. We need him to be a busy bee. So, yeah, we are doing some side missions. We're trying to get 100% completion with Cody. So we're doing the main story, but we're trying to get all the side missions done as well. Mitchell said, Nakamura never had to deal with a rubber chicken. That's a great point. That's a great point. He never had to overcome that level of embarrassment. Good point. So, yeah. Good, though. We had a bit of fun, like, saying, yeah, they are the same, but they're also very different. But, oh, man, you can't fault that presentation. And as reasons go, you know, I've suffered a humiliation like you, and I still need to finish my story like you do, and you've inspired me. You know, that's a perfectly good story. We're similar. We're in a similar place, you and me. And basically, you know, I want my story to be finished as well. I'm not going to stand by and just watch you finish yours. Yeah, good. Let's go. Russell Andy said, I want Renee Young back. Renee Young back. Renee Young. I want Todd Pettingale. I'm turned up. I'm locked in, said Jay. We got this, Oos. Let's go. Is all kind of fired up. Gunter! Gunter! Okay, so Gunter having a word with Adam Pearce. Wonder what that's going to lead to. Right, now it's going to be... Is this the Dominik and JD match? Yep. JD and Dirty Dom making their way down to the ring as we are now into the final hour. It's the final countdown. Ba-ba-dum-bum-bum. Right, JD and Dirty Dom making their way down to the ring. Nakamura can't keep taking L's, but Cody needs to keep winning, said Wrestle with Andy. Yeah, it's going to need to be like a screwy sort of thing in it, I'd imagine. I think Cody will come through it. Cody is way more important, certainly if we're building him up to beat Roman. I think that he could take a loss. Imagine if he did lose to Shinsuke and he was like really down on himself. And then, you know, if he wins Elimination Chamber or if he wins Royal Rumble, who cares? Do you know what I mean? If he loses to Shinsuke, but then a bit like Brett at WrestleMania 10 lost to Owen, and at the end of the night is celebrating being world champion. And it could be the exact same play, but only this time Cody loses to Shinsuke. Shinsuke's like got all the momentum. Cody goes into Rumble Chamber really struggling with momentum because he's just coming off the back of a very disappointing loss. Can he bounce back? Can he respond? And he does. He wins one of those. He's going to go on to main event WrestleMania. And where's Shinsuke? Shinsuke left fuming. And then you've got a ready-made feud for when Cody's champ. The guy that beat him is now going to have another crack at him, this time for the title. We've seen that story many times before. It's nothing original, but yeah, I think there's a big argument for having Shinsuke get the win. Big argument. I just don't have any confidence that they'll do it. I just think it's all aboard the Cody train. It's 100% let's get behind Cody as we continue to push him towards the title, you know? But I'd be fine with him losing to Shinsuke. I love what we're doing with Shinsuke. Days, during Bray Wyatt's tease return, what happened to Wyatt 6? Was Grayson Theory LA Knight a member? Why couldn't we see them in the ring? Grayson Theory, LA Knight were never members, no. So, I never thought that the puppets that we saw at Extreme Rules, I never thought that they were people. I said even at the time that those costumes, they look too temporary. They don't look like costumes that are built to last. They don't look like costumes that are going to be around or used a lot. They don't seem robust enough. They seem to not thrown together, but if you was going to have them be like permanent fixtures I don't think those are the costumes you would create. So I didn't have any confidence that those characters were going to be used beyond the return. And in fairness, they weren't. They appeared again at the Rumble for the Pitch Black match. But apart from those 2 appearances, that was it. That was all we got out of them. And then not long ago, there was a picture that came out that actually showed who had been behind those costumes. And I think one was the dude that works at like the WWE warehouse. One was, is it Jason Baker? I think he might have been one of the people. And another one is someone we didn't even know. I mean, those puppets were just really there to build the excitement for Bray's return. I mean, to be honest, it didn't even really fit into the narrative of like the puppets being in the arena. I think it was just more a cool visual thing. I don't think there was really a great deal to be read into that. So no, Grayson Waller, Theory, LA, no, all these people being involved, no. There was no plans for that. That was just fan speculation. So yeah, we know that wasn't really leading anywhere. In regards to Wyatt 6, I heard that was it who was meant to be in it? Was it Eric Young? I heard Eric Young was meant to be in it. So again, you know, I think a lot of the names were just speculated. I mean, there was a big belief that the Righteous were going to be in, and that proved not to be the case. You know, there's a big belief that Dutch and Vincent were going to be part of it, and then they weren't. So I think there was a lot of noise, a lot of speculation, a lot of fan theory, and I think the truth was a little bit away from that, to be honest. I think they were teasing Wyatt 6, but I don't know that we were ever actually going to get that group, like 6 people. I don't know. I don't know that Wyatt 6 was ever that. Wyatt 6 could have been his family. You know, that could have been the Wyatt 6. Wyatt 6 might not have been 6 people on TV. I believe there was 6 members of his family, and that could have been the Wyatt 6. Or it may have been like 6 different personas of Bray. It didn't necessarily have to be 6 wrestlers brought together in a faction. But there was talk of Eric Young being a part of some sort of group. And as we know, Uncle Howdy was in the mix as well. So, you know, it's one of those where hopefully we get answers as to what we were going to get, when we were going to get it, what the plans were. I mean, I think Bray would have gone over Bobby. I think Bray would have gone over Bobby at WrestleMania, but I wonder what the build was going to look like. I wonder what the fallout was going to look like. R-Truth has made his way down. So R-Truth is now thinking that he is a part of Judgment Day. He's made his way down to the ring. The Creeds have got Dominik in the air. They're holding him in a suplex position. Delayed standing vertical suplex. They've just been passing him around. And eventually he gets planted. It's legal here. Recreational. I have got chronic nerve pain. I've got it as a prescription. Is that drugs? Are we talking about drugs? R-Truth has come down. Arash Mine said the Fiend would have destroyed Bibby. In New York, we can grow it here. I think he's got some now, hasn't he? Riddle. He's got some now. He's got his own strain, I believe it's called. Truth is going to cost JD the match. My bad, said James. Yeah, maybe he will, yeah. I don't mind it. I did wonder how we were going to use him. Him being around Judgment Day as like a little annoyance. There could be some fun to be had there. So JD is in there with Big Brutus right now. And don't forget, we've got the World Heavyweight Championship match. World Heavyweight Championship match coming up. The weed store is 5 minutes away. I've never seen a weed store. I don't know what one looks like. I might Google one, actually. Is the weed store? Images. I heart cannabis. Mental in it. Mr. Nice Cannabis Lifestyle Shop opens up. There's a guy here who's putting some stuff in a bag for someone. Look at this. It's like, is that everything you needed, sir? Is that everything? High Fine. Mr. Nice Cannabis Lifestyle Shop opens in London. I've never seen a cannabis store. It's very interesting to see what they actually look like. I mean, you know, they're pretty much what I expected, but it's just so random. It's still illegal here, so I don't really get what that is in London. Cannabis lifestyle. So, I don't know. They can't sell cannabis. Is it like scented candles or something? I don't know. The closest weed store to me is the plant department at Lowe's, says Mitchell. Where is it legal in America? Where is weed legal US? Is it in a lot of places? Legal, here's a map. Yeah, let's go. Map. I love a good map. The United States of weed. Are you curious about the state of cannabis? Yes. Here's what legalization is. State by state. So dark green means that it is legal for adults for recreational use. So the dark green is like, let's go. Let's go. Dark green, you can just fill your car, go crazy. So very progressive in regards to that over on the West Coast. Not feeling it so much central, but over on the West Coast, oh my God, going crazy. That's all they do. So that's dark green. The lighter green, which is, I would say, the majority. I think the majority might be just the normal kind of green. That is legal, but only for medical use. The light green is only low THC medical use, so restrictions there. And then the orange is like, there's just no. 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 Can I? No. Do you sell it? No. But what about? No. But if I go over there, I can get it, like, I can fill my car. I can't get it? No. Oh, thank you. So, yeah. Weird, isn't it? Quite divided. And isn't it weird how, like, look at Wyoming. Is that YW? Right next to, is that Colorado? Like, you're going from one extreme to the other. I mean, if you live on that line, if you live right on the state line, I mean, you've just, it's mental, innit? Mental. If you lived in the middle of, is that Nebraska, Colorado, and Kansas? If you lived on if you lived in the tri-state area where the three states come together, you've got no, pretty much no, and you've got, yeah, fill your car. All in really close. I'm trying to see if there's one where it's like, could you live somewhere where you're hitting all four? Is there anywhere where you could hit all four? I could play this game. It's a fun game. You're very close. Is that, don't know what this is. Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa, maybe? And MO, I don't know what that is. I want to say Mo. In the middle of them four. You could be around there and you'd have all four options. You'd have all four options available to you. What's MO? Minnesota? But why would it be MO? Minnesota? I don't know if that's Minnesota. I live in Indiana and it's legal all around us, said Real Kyle. It's only legal in a certain amount as well, says Ian. Next week we can grow our own plants in Ohio, said Lee. It's Missouri. Oh, Missouri. I wouldn't have got that. Missouri. Weird that it's M-O then, isn't it? I mean, I suppose there is an M and an O in there, but yeah, I wouldn't have got that. Missouri. Fun. Love a bit of geography. Let's go. I don't know how we got onto that subject. Genuinely, I don't know. But, you know, it's fun. I learned a little something there during the commercial break. Right, we've got Julius belly to belly there on JD. JD gets thrown over the ring, gets back up, grabs Dominik, belly to him. Another little kip up. Oh, he's all kinds of fired up. Kicks coming in by Judgment Day. He's trying to fight back in the corner. Knee to the midsection. Over the top rope goes Dominik Mysterio. Julius coming over. Back elbow there by... He's not even breathing heavy. That was a high-pitched commentary, wasn't it? He's not even breathing heavy. They're very impressed. They're really putting over the Creeds. He's not even breathing heavy. Tagging comes Dirty Dom. There is a weed store on every block in Jacksonville, said Aaron. Is there? 619. I wonder how much money they make in tax off that. R-Truth on the outside. You know that's only why they legalized it. So that they can tax it and make the money from it. Shots coming in. Arizona was one of the first states after Colorado, said Jobson. Down goes JD and Dominik. Creed's all kinds of fired up. We got 39 minutes. 39 minutes to go. Julius goes back to the corner. Brutus on his feet. Makes the tag. Brutus collides into Dirty Dom. Dirty Dom goes into the commentary table. Here is Julius. He's got JD on his shoulders. Picks him up. He's on the shoulders. Brutus ball. Brutus ball. Boom. Creeds 1, 2, 3. The Creeds win. Ah. Yeah. Let's go. Did the dude drop something? There was a guy that was really, really having to lean over there. I think he dropped his phone or something. I don't know what he dropped. But there was a dude that was like upside down on the barricades. The Brutus ball. I'm just looking at the replay. Imagine if it is a phone and they still can't reach it, and then a wrestler comes by and cracks it. Lol. So Creeds pick up the win, and Brutus is showing what their intentions are. They want the golds. Right, I think we got a little video package on Randy Orton. And they're showing SmackDown. Which show would Randy decide to join? R-Truth is going to take Rhea from Dom, said Leon. Colorado isn't making anything now. People are just homegrown their own. It's way too high in stores. What do you mean? What does that mean? Only 1/8 of weed is 220.00 plus 2.27 tax, said Jobson. I think we're getting a bit too into the weeds. Let's go, Creeds. Truth wishing for the 24/7 title to be back, says Richards. That was good times for him. I don't know that it was good times for us, but it was good times for him. Dad is back. Dad is back. That was a great line. Oh, here's Seth. Backstage. Here's Adam Pearce. I won't keep you. Right. I invited CM Punk to be here next week. He's going to sign an exclusive Raw contract. Seth said, so Adam Pearce said, look, I wanted to tell you, before you heard it anywhere else, I'm looking for CM Punk to sign an exclusive contract on Raw next week. And Seth's like, look, don't come blaming me when this blows up in your face. I'm telling you, Oos. You're looking at the new heavyweight champion. Jay's fired up. I'm telling you, Oos. 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 I feel like I'm going to kick your face off the first chance I get. Well, it's my nice night. Ooh. Yeah, well, there we go. Here's Jay. Main event time. We've got 34 minutes. They're going to give this match time. Down like this. Right. I've been smoking weed since 1986, and it's so much better quality now, says her. Is it really? It's interesting. I wonder why. Probably because, like, it hasn't got to be snuck in, and, like, the ingredients haven't got to be stretched as much, because maybe it's just a better product. It's interesting. Yeet! Yeet! Let's go. Creed's getting a monster push. New Age Steiner, said A. Jobson. Yeah. Look at the crowd, said Harif. It's time for the main event of Monday Night Raw. I don't know if that's a video. It might be a video. CM Punk signing an exclusive Raw contract next week. And what if he turns it down? He might turn it down. I feel like it is news, though. And he's going to be on SmackDown. I don't know. I just don't know. Is it news? I feel like it is news. If I wasn't watching the show, I would want to know about that. If I was at work and that comment had just been made, I would want to know. That's probably the best way of looking at it, isn't it? I think it is. I think it is. I think it is. It might not be you watch Jay will win the world title now. And then I'll be like, oh, I should have waited, man. That is clearly the bigger story. But I feel like this is probably a big story as well. Breaking news coming out of Raw. Adam Pearce just went up to Seth Rollins and said, I want you to hear this from me first. Next week, I am inviting CM Punk to Raw, where I want him to sign an exclusive Raw contract. That means that CM Punk will be exclusive to Raw. And this does make sense. It makes sense because, of course, we just saw another big return. That was the return of Randy Orton, and he signed an exclusive contract to SmackDown. So CM Punk coming back and signing an exclusive contract for Raw does make sense. Two big stars come back, one going to each brand. The problem that Seth has got is that he doesn't like CM Punk, and I'm not sure that CM Punk really likes him. And this is going to put them on a collision course. Seth is the World Heavyweight Champion at the time of recording this. So he is the top guy on this brand. But it's very hard to argue that CM Punk is not an equally as big or even bigger star than Seth. So there's been big rumors of Seth against CM Punk as we head into 2024. This very much puts them on a collision course. But of course, there are other feuds and other matches for CM Punk. I mean, he's been away from WWE for nearly 10 years. So there's countless, endless matches for him. But yeah, it's undeniable. Him moving onto Raw really puts these two on a collision course. And Seth responded by saying, don't blame me when this blows up in your face. So Seth, I don't think thrilled about that news, but big news all the same. CM Punk expected to sign an exclusive Raw contract next week. Look in my eyes, what do you see? Right. Unless CM Punk signs for SmackDown on Friday. Well, true. That would be cheeky, wouldn't it? That would be really cheeky from Adam Pearce. So he's there on Friday and he's like, do you want to sign this? I won't tell anyone. Oh, I really love your work. I'm so excited that you're back. Can I get your autograph? Yeah, just there. Don't read the bit above. Just sign at the bottom. It says contract. Don't worry about that. Who's in the background? Is that Gunter? And Ludwig. He's having a go, isn't he? So Gunter and Ludwig exchanging a few words. Oh, next week Cody takes on Shinsuke. CM Punk returns next week on Raw. So he's going to be a big weekend, isn't it? So he's going to be on SmackDown on Friday, and he's going to be on Raw next week. Look in my eyes. What do you see? Tony Khan fearing for his life again, says James. Where is Royd back? Did he retire? I don't know that he retired. He said that he would retire and then he didn't. But I don't actually know what he's meant to be retiring from. I mean, does he even wrestle anymore? Does he actually wrestle anywhere? It's like me saying I'm going to retire from tennis. I've played tennis in my life. Does he even wrestle anymore? How can you retire from something you're not even doing? Look in my eyes, what do you see? Right, Seth's making his way down. CM Punk, CM Punk, CM, burn it down. Punk, CM Punk, CM Punk, CM Punk, CM, burn it down. If we don't start singing that as wrestling fans, then we've all failed. Do you think CM Punk will run into Heyman on Friday? Maybe plant a seed that he could potentially go to SmackDown and beat the best in the world, Roman Reigns, said Ronnie. I think he could run into Heyman. I'm not sure about all the other stuff. But I think he goes yeet. Yeet signs. No. Banned. Not allowed anymore. They all need to be confiscated. Didn't they read wrestle votes? What's up with these people? Didn't they read wrestle votes? Punk. CM Punk. Cryback has never been relevant. He's the most irrelevant wrestler ever. Jay dedicated this match to his late uncle, Umaga. Ding, ding, ding. Right, we are underway. Rollins Uso 1-on-1 for the World Heavyweight Championship. He just asked Wade Barrett, if you're Jey Uso, what do you do? How are you going to get that title? And he was like, listen, for me, you go straight after that back. You go straight after that Ryback. That's Becky's husband. That is Becky's husband. I don't know that he enjoys being referred to that way, but factually it is correct. So Seth at the moment in control. It's got a headlock on at the moment, and they're going back against the ropes. Oh, shoulder tackle down. Against the ropes again. Another shoulder tackle. Roll up there by Seth. Went for a curb. No joy. Fast-paced, good action, good pace. Crowd enjoying it, and I think we're about to go to commercial break. We do. When does Damien cash in? Whenever he wants. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't think he needs to do it this year. I like the fact that we've waited. I think we cash in too early. I mean, we've gone through a period of like, I don't know, like really trying to get it done as quick as possible. I like the fact we're waiting. Does Money in the Bank ever expire? Yeah, you've got 12 months. And then you're out of warranty and there's no returns. No, I mean, like, you can, you've got up until the next show. We've never done that. It was some of the chatters spoke about before, about, like, why don't we run it right up to the, like, you've got literally minutes. Never done that. Never done it whereby you've got minutes. If you don't cash it in now, you are going to waste it. We've never done that. We've never had someone waste it as well. So all of these are things that I would like to see us explore. Should Priest wait until 2024? I would, yeah, I would. I think that WrestleMania becomes a bit more intriguing if you've still got the Money in the Bank briefcase floating around. You don't have to tell that story all the time. You don't have to tell that story like, you know, the same story all the time. But I think that it's definitely the story that I would tell. Certainly, you know, if Cody's going to try and win the title, he's got to get past Roman. He's got the bloodline to deal with. And then he's also got the briefcase floating around. Just makes it tricky, doesn't it? Just makes it tricky. Even harder. More obstacles to overcome. How can a wrestler be banned from saying a word? I get it with merchandise and stuff, but why can't he say the word? Said Max. Well, I think he can say the words, but it is financially capitalizing on that word. So, you know, making the shirts, having it as a catchphrase, like, you know, making money from it, basically. If he was to use it as a catchphrase, could there be an argument that it becomes an integral part of his character and an integral part of his presentation? If he says the words, no one can stop you saying a word, right? So he can say the words, but he's not going to be able to keep repeating the word. He's not going to be able to use it as a big part of his presentation, because then I think there would be an argument that that word is integral to his brand. And then that's where you get into, you know, sticky waters with legal. I think that you can say it. You could say yeet. But can't make shirts. He can't do merch. He can't have it as a major part of his presentation. So you might as well get behind something different, mightn't you? Like, it seems like they're getting behind main event Jey Uso as like a term instead. Shoulder up there by Jey, so we're back from commercial break. That's good from Wade Barrett. Wade Barrett just said, I got a few opportunities at a world title back in 2010. I always thought I was going to get more, but they never came. That's really interesting. That's really good. So he's really getting over how hard it is to get world title opportunities. He's really getting over how difficult it is to get title shots. Didn't WWF and Hogan have to pay Marvel royalties for the word Hulk in his name? They did, yeah. They did. Kick out by Jay. James said, apparently WWE just released a new Ken Shamrock shirt. That's a bit random. That is a bit random. That is random. If he wasn't under a Legends deal, that would imply he's now under a Legends deal. Have a look. Oh, do you know those Brawling Buddy things are now available on Euroshop? Which is amazing. Before they were like, I think ringside, but now you can get them on Euroshop. Seth has got Jay. I'm just looking at like the latest shirts to be released. I can't see one. Unless it's on the way. I think that Cody one might have got released about a week or so ago. Kick out by Seth. Goes for a big shot. Seth goes back in the corner. Maybe Hall of Fame, said James. Maybe. He deserves to go in. I can't see a new shirt. Let's search for Ken Shamrock. There is one. Is it this? I mean, it looks great. It looks awesome. I don't know how new it is. Love the retro one. That's cool. But yeah, this looks badass, doesn't it? He definitely deserves to go in. I mean, if this is a little glimpse of him going in, yeah, I'd have no complaints. I mean, this is a sick shirt, actually, you know. It's a really sick shirt. I love that. I appreciate you telling me about that, James. That's just a sick shirt in its own right. It's one of the best shirts I've seen. I would get that. I would get that shirt. How much is it going to cost me to get a Ken Shamrock shirt, a CM Punk shirt, and an Undertaker wrestling buddy? I figured out what I want for Christmas. Right, another commercial break. CM Punk will interfere tonight, said J Punk. Yeah, I like it. It's good. It's and listen, he did so much in UFC. Let's go. Bum, bum, bum. Right, we are at commercial break, and we've got 15 minutes to go. 15 minutes to go. 4 minutes ago. PW Insider. So, PW Insider, WWE released some interesting t-shirts. WWE have released some Ken Shamrock shirts, signaling the company have come to terms on some sort of deal. The shirts were added to the WWE shop website today. See, that's really weird because it doesn't have them listed in the new shirt section. If you go to the new shirts, it doesn't list them. There's a new... that is interesting. If you go new items, it does have that one. It also has a Brutus the Barber Beefcake and an Umaga one. Don't know. It doesn't have those other ones, though. But then, look, we've also got the Headbangers, and there's also the Dudley Boys. So, I don't know. It's tricky, innit? I don't know if that is an indicator of Hall of Fame. It looks like it could just be part of like this series, whatever this is, with Brutus and Umaga and the Dudley Boys and the Headbangers and Stone Cold. I would love him to go in the Hall of Fame. I can definitely support that. Let's read this. The Hall of Famer worked way back in '99 after a 2-year run with the company where he was Intercontinental and Tag Team Champ with the late Big Boss Man. He also won the '98 King of the Ring tournament. Since his time with WWE, Shamrock returned to UFC, where his feud with Tito Ortiz put the flagship MMA company on the map. And for other MMA promotions, he held the TNA Championship and has been inducted into the Impact Hall of Fame. Shamrock, now 59, has never returned to WWE, which, that's a good point, now is owned by TKO. There's no word whether that connection has sparked a new relationship, who had openly wondered on interviews why WWE had never approached him for a return or Hall of Fame. Well, my gut feeling is it's interesting. I don't know that it's an indicator of Hall of Fame just because of the other shirts that are there. But I would definitely support it, and I would definitely buy this shirt. I really like this the shirt. The white one looks great. Just looks badass, man. Ken Shamrock's a badass. He was at UFC 1. Anyone at UFC 1's a badass. Even do it as a jumper. Jumper looks great. Love it. Are we back from commercial break? We're coming back from commercial break. We're still not back yet. We're coming back. We're on our way. Ken Shamrock for the Rumble return. Ah. Maybe. Maybe. I think it's a good sign that he signed a deal. Let's put it that way. How it's going to show itself? Don't know. James said, I've got my uses. I've been working. Has CM Punk been on the show? No. He's on the show on Friday and he's on the show on Monday. Chocolate drizzle, cherry cheesecake, shout out to you. No one cared about Shamrock, said Big Bun. Shamrock was never TNA World Champ. He was the NWA World Champ, says Jim. K-Dub said, I haven't had a WWE plush toy in forever. Yeah, these new ones are great. I love them. I really wanted to get them, but I think they were like a ringside exclusive, and that's not great for us here because shipping and everything. But they're available on Euroshop now. Look, this is Euroshop. Let's find those plush things. Superstar. There's an Undertaker one. Where are you? Is Undertaker? The. It's under T for the. Look at that. In the garden. Let's go. There it is. Look at this. 24-inch. Oh, yes. Look at this. I could have a friend. I could buy a friend. And it's proper Undertaker as well. Proper, the best version. The almost debut version. That's the best. It's the best. Don't give me any of that ministry rubbish. Don't give me any of that American badass rubbish. That was the best version. Shot there by Jay. And they do a Hogan as well, but we spoke about how uncomfortable we feel about Hogan these days. But it looks good. This is them. Look at the Hogan. The Hogan looks great with Hulk rules. John Cena, Stone Cold, Undertaker, Brock. And then they get rubbish. This is the rubbish bleacher creatures. Rubbish. Rubbish. Look at them. They look like puppets. Rubbish, rubbish, rubbish. That doesn't even look like Hogan. Who the flip's that? Someone cosplaying as Hogan. But these ones, at the top, these 5, they look great. They need to do an Andre the Giant. Right, kick coming in there by Jay. Inzaguri kick. I like the world's most dangerous man, said Hippie Jedi. Taker's got a badass podcast. I watched most of the clips last night, said Big Bum. Hoist Gracie, said Mr. Quake was awesome. Right back for Hall of Fame, that's my campaign. Oh, man. Look at that. He collided into Seth. It looked brutal. Oh, man, we've only got 8 minutes. I didn't realise we only had 8 minutes. No one told me we only had 8 minutes. Sling Blade by Seth. Seth goes to the outside. So 65% think Seth's going to retain. And 35% think it's going to be Jay, which I'm really surprised at. I think this is like 99% Seth, but... Oof. Big frog splash by Seth. If they do an Andre the Giant, it's got to be 3 foot. So just, yeah, it definitely has to be bigger. And it'll definitely cost more. But I want it. We're seeing a shot from the crowds. Seth staring at Jay, setting him up, kick to the midsection, getting him set up for a pedigree. No, Jay reverses. Goes for a cover, 1, 2. Kick out. Jay looking for a super kick. Seth hits him with a super kick. Jay comes back with a super kick of his own. Forearm strike by Seth. Jay with a super kick. Seth goes down. Jay climbing up. He's getting ready. Big splash. Boom. He comes down. 1, 2. Kick out by Seth. Kick out by Seth. So Jay delivers a big splash. Woo. Comes crashing down. Just not buying it. I'm not buying it. Not buying that he stands a chance. Maybe I should be. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. The match is good. Jay has rolled over to the side of the ring. We got 6 minutes to go. Ryback and Punk, the final 2 in the Rumble, said Leon, let's go, man. Let's go. And then Ryback wins. Oh, man, that'd be the best. I want CM Punk, Daniel Bryan, Cody Rhodes as the final 4 with Ryback, and I want Ryback to win. 1, 2, kick out by Jay. I want Ryback to be the one to beat Roman. Pedigree, 1, 2, kick out by Jay again. He just keeps digging deep, doesn't he? He just keeps digging deep. Seth goes back to the corner. Seth urging Jay to get up. Jay rolls up to his feet. He's not quite there. Curb misses. Jay spear. Jay, 1, 2, shoulder up. The magic's just not here, says Big Bub. A lot of people say that about these streams, in all fairness. You're not the first to say that, but it's just no magic. If they do an Andre... Oh, we read that one. Is there an Alexa and not a Lily, said Larry. Yeah, they didn't do a Lily because it would be too small. So they do the wrestlers. If they did a Lily, she'd have to be the same size as the wrestlers. So in that series, Alexa might hold a little Lily, but they wouldn't do a separate Lily. They already sell separate Lilies. But I believe that's done by a different company. Into the corner, buckle bomb. Seth, spear by Jay. Jay going to the outside, climbing up. Jay is perched. He's ready. Big splash comes down. 1, 2. I tell you what, they've got the crowds. They've tricked the crowds. They've got the crowds. The magic is in my pants, says William. Is that where the magic is? In your pants. You've just got to reach in and rub the lamp. Why have you got a lamp in your pants, William? Is it because you've got a tiny dinkle? And you're trying to impress the ladies with a foreign object? Is that what's happening? I believe there's a very limited chair from Survivor Series with days on it, says Michael. Let's go. There should be. I made that show. Seth on his knees. Crowd are chanting Uso. Kick comes into Seth. Seth getting back up to his feet. And a pedigree as Jay went for a spear. Seth in the corner. Crowd are on their feet. They're lapping it up like a dog being given some milk. Or a cat. Cats like milk. Dogs like milk as well. It's a win for Seth. And still... Well, do you know what? The people, they enjoyed that. They enjoyed it. Great crowd reaction. Seth once again proved why he's the working man's champion. Wade says they should break that championship into 2 and give 50% to Jay. Why? He lost. Why? No, they shouldn't. Drew McIntyre attacks. Claymore to Jay. Seth jumps out the ring. He gets thrown. Yeah, come on, McIntyre. Mess him up, McIntyre. I'm so much more into Drew at the moment than pretty much anyone but Sami. Ah, Jay gets planted through the table. Drew's just bringing like such an intensity. He's very watchable. It's very watchable. And that's good because he's on TV. Drew McIntyre's a bad dude, said Michael Cole. So he plants him through the table. He even has a little look there at Wade Barrett. Wade Barrett's like, oh. Wade Barrett takes a step back. Oh, he's intimidated. Let's go. That was good. Lovely little attack after. Wade takes off his headset look and runs away. I love that we got to see that. He took his headset off and he ran off. I'm out of here. Forget this. Fend for yourself, Michael. Fend for yourself. He was gone. That was great. He jumped into the crowds. I don't know if he thought the show was over or not. Look at that. Headset off. Run off. Drew kind of took a few steps in his direction. That's what made him run. That was good. I like that. Yeah, boy. Let's get the poll on screen. Let's get the poll on screen. Well, actually, do you know what? I might even put the poll. On the second channel. I want to use my second channel more. I'm going to do that. I'm going to put it on the second channel. That's annoying, isn't it? But I'm not on your second channel. I'm on this channel. Yeah, well, sucks to be you, doesn't it? Actually, it sucks to be me when no one's going to answer the poll. When I'm going to get no responses, I'll be like, oh, I shouldn't have been as arrogant. That was my downfall. I was too arrogant. What do you score WWE Raw? And guys, I need you to know that this is the official score. If you don't vote in this poll, you're not gonna vote in the actual poll that matters. This is the new cage match now. Right, poll is up on the second channel. I think that was the first community post I've ever put. I've never put a post up on the second channel before. I didn't know that. Let's go. Right. We've had 4 votes. God bless you, 4 people. Right, let's get some thoughts. Days, on the Jaguars game, they had a few AEW ads. Makes sense. 725. No, don't vote here. You have to go there to vote. I'll still read them out though, because I'm a good person. Ellen Twins says 8. Steve said 9.95. Xbox guy said 625. Rivy said 7.19. Stand and Fight said 675. Draco said 7.5. Danny D said 7. Rivy said 4 farts. I think out of 5. Ronnie said 7.25. William said I went over, and I gave it a 3. Harif said bye. Bye. Q the Light Knight said 8.1. Serious Gaming said 6.75. CM Punk, hello. Hope you're doing well, mate. Good return the other day. Enjoyed it. 7. Intoxicated Drum said 6.75. Xbox guy said, where's the other channel? Literally no one knows. It's an absolute disaster. No one knows. No one can find it. No one's voting. Although we did get 4 votes. Victoria says 10. Brandon said 10. Kyle said 7. Greg says 8. Terry said 7. Steven said 7. Legend Killer said 7.5. Victoria said 10. Calvin says 8. James said, Wade just went, I'm afraid I've got some bad news and feared for his life. That's exactly what he did. Rob said 6.23. Going Go said, Days, I don't want to vote in a poll. I just want to dance on polls. I think that's perfectly acceptable, to be honest. I've got no problem with that. Sveta Roy said 10. Mitchell says 7 to 725 range. What about you? Mitchell, I think my standard answer is I'm always going to be about the same as you. I think we're always in the same ballpark. I think we've got the same perception. My feeling is nothing here to get it into the 8s. Nothing here that was a disaster. The show was solid throughout all 3 hours. I was entertained. It's hard to be down on a world title match. I wasn't as excited for it as the crowd that was actually there live. But then if you're there, you're thinking, am I going to see a title change? Like, this would be big if I was here for a title. So, like, you've got that extra excitement if you're there live. If you're watching on TV, it's probably not quite as exciting, but you know, it was fine, and the whole show was solid. I am reminded of Big Time's comment though about, is it a little dry? I think this would benefit from a talk show segment. I think a talk show segment dropped in the middle, or dropped towards the start of hour 2. Where we had like an RJ City type person, or we had a Waller effect, or we had a Ding Dong Hello, or, you know, we had that kind of Piper's Pit. I feel like that would have been welcome. A Miz TV, but only a non-silly Miz TV. But so I do understand the argument of it being just a little dry. But no, I mean, look, this was a fine, solid show. I don't think there's anything here that blew my mind, but solid in it. And I think that's reflected in the scores. Zoom Station with an 8. I voted, said Xbox guy. That's because you're a legend. I love everyone that voted on the other channel. And if you didn't, well, I hate you. Days is like Michael Cole now. It wasn't that long ago that people hated the talk shows. Did they hate I don't know. I always enjoyed Ding Dong Hello. I had a problem with Miz TV because of the silliness. It's not really the talk shows. I've always enjoyed Piper's Pit. But I think it's what they do on the talk shows that's the bigger problem than it being a talk show. I think it's like, if you're going to have Miz and Morrison faffing around, or you're going to have like hey, hey, ho, ho, or tomatoes being thrown, or do you know what I mean? Like just silliness. My balls are tiny. No, your balls are massive. I don't want to talk about Miz's balls. That's what it comes down to. That's the rule I live my life by. Don't want to talk about Miz's balls. And that has served me well throughout my 21 years. But I think if you could have a fun talk show segment, someone that can really bring out some What about R-Truth? Why don't we do an R-Truth talk show? We always praise his comedy. It's a bit silly, but it could work. It could also be a disaster, but it could work. An R-Truth talk show? Rick said it was a horrible show. Wilfredo said Piper's Pit was gold back in the day. Miss TV is all right, and Waller is decent. Let's move on from Mrs. Balls. James said Morrison is still doing stupid shiz on the indies, and people blamed WWE. I know. When he came back, there was a bit of excitement, because I think people were like, oh, we can really do something with him. I think people like him. But yeah, that partnership was not good, man. That wasn't good. Not in my opinion, anyway. I'm really into the R-Truth talk show idea now. What's the second channel, says A? It's Wrestling Days Clips. I called it that because my plan was to take clips from the streams and just put them on there. It's never actually been that, though. I might have to change the name. Wrestling Days 2. Wrestling Daisier. That sounds a bit like WrestleLamia. Days and Dazer. Wrestling Dew. Wrestling Duh. Wrestling Days and Wrestling Duh. Because Duh is French for two. And Duh. Wrestling Duh. I don't know. I think I'm having a stroke. Am I having a stroke? I think I'm having a stroke. Let's put it this way. I'm open to suggestions. It was called Wrestling Days Clips because that was the plan. As soon as I wasn't using it for football, I was like, well, we do hours of streaming. Why don't I just pull out some of the... And it's probably what I should do. But I probably should just pull out clips and just chuck them over there. But that's not how it's ever been used. Wrestling Doos. Wrestling Doos. Wrestling Days and Wrestling Doos. Okay, I see you. That sounds delicious. Why doesn't wrestling do interim belts when wrestlers get injured like MMA? There's not really an appetite, to be honest, for interim belts. We've seen them in AEW and they've been derided. People don't seem to like them. And to be honest, I don't know that people massively like them in MMA. There's been plenty of interim belts where people are like, we don't need this. This is unnecessary. Like, we've got the champ. We know who the champ is. We don't need an interim champ at the moment. Sometimes if the champ's out for a long time, then it makes sense. But sometimes they just do it because the champ's, busy. And so they just basically like a number one contender thing in it. But it's just people love belts. So I actually can't answer why we've never done it, because wrestling, you would think, would love to chuck in belts. Like, oh, it's for a belt. Oh, what belt is it? It's interim. What's that mean? Oh, don't worry about it. It's a belt. It's a belt. It's a belt. Ah! So you think that they would still do it, but I don't know. It's just never been. It's never been the WWE way. Wilfredo, shout out to you. Wrestling Days promos works. I don't know. I think people might expect me cutting promos. You know what I mean? They might go on there and it's like just news and theories and clips and whatever. Really, if it's not streams and it's not going to be this new series of videos, I'm moving it to the second channel. Cleaning this up, baby. We're cleaning this right up. We're dusting up the streets now. So that second channel is definitely going to get used in 2024. So I probably do need days clips. Yeah, but it's not really clips anymore. I don't know. It's just, I probably should call it a wrestling mess. That's what it is. It's just leftovers. More stuff. That's what it should be. This is Wrestling Days, or you could go to my second channel, which is called More Stuff. And you can find more stuff over there. How about Wrestling Days? D. How about Wrestling Days, D? I mean, I'm thinking no. Days Extra. Days Extra. Extra Days. Extra Days. Days Extra. D's Nuts. Wrestling D's. Wrestling D's Nuts. Wrestling D's Nuts. That might be my favorite, actually. Wrestling Days, or my second channel, Wrestling D's Nuts. That might be my favorite so far. I feel like that Dazed and Confused. A junk file. Junk file. Everyone's got a junk file. Yeah. Junk file. Welcome to Wrestling Days on my second channel, Junk File. I like that as well. There's some really good suggestions here. These work. I mean, we're not painting the second channel in the best of lights, are we, really? Just making out it's where all the junk stuff goes. But we are cleaning this baby up, man. We are cleaning this baby up. Right, anyway, I need to run away. I need to go. Because I do have things to be getting on with. Appreciate the support. Appreciate everyone joining us. I hope you enjoyed Raw. And don't forget, we are back tomorrow for NXT. Big show, actually, because it is NXT this weekend. And we're doing it. We're here for NXT Deadline. So we've got NXT tomorrow, go home show. We've got AEW Dynamite, Tony Khan fearing for his life. We've got new videos dropping on Wednesday and Thursday. Maybe Friday, I'm not sure. And then CM Punk on SmackDown. And then NXT Deadline. And then a Sunday stream on Sunday. I wish I had a life. I wish I had other things to do. This is it. And this is what 2024 looks like as well. So I better get used to it. Thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate the support. And have a great evening wherever you are. Bye for now.